shared. Every day has its own story. I came across 100,000 broken smiles. I hope that I could show them how to find. I walked inside their shoes 100,000 miles. Every day's all about the love that we share. 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 I came across 100,000 broken smiles. I hope that I could show them how to find. I walked inside their shoes 100,000 miles. Every day's all about the love that we share. The love that we share. Sometimes you feel so worried. There you are.
Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, prenez place. Il est l'heure de commencer. Voilà, merci. Je vois des visages tout souriants. Ça voudrait dire qu'on a bien passé la nuit et que nous sommes prêts à commencer. Welcome everybody, welcome. The doors are still opening. The doors are still open. We're welcoming our delegates, excellencies, ministers, ambassadors, commissioners from various institutions, representatives of various countries, member countries of the coalition, and partners. You are welcome. It's good to have you here again. Welcome, everyone. May I please ask you to take a seat because we will be starting right away. We will be starting right away. Now, it's so good. It's my pleasure to welcome you here again today. Now, if you were not here early enough yesterday and you aren't sure who I am, my name is George Fomeyen, and I am moderator, facilitator, headmaster, discipline master, timekeeper, all of the above in one. And I'm here to make sure that this continues to be a great moment for us as a coalition and a great moment for the world's future generation. I just want to bring us back to the essence of our presence here. Yesterday was filled with energizing commitments and lots of discussions about how we will do things for school meals, for the children, why it is bigger than just school meals. But one thing that I feel we should start this day off with is to remind ourselves of who we are concerned about. Let's listen to the children before we get into the details of our deliberations today. Just watch this and listen.
Moi, tabaiti moun yo manje 3 fois par jour.
Si m'étais président, bien si m'étais premier ministre, m'étais moun toute qualité manger.
Es importante porque la podemos compartir, los ayuda a ser más inteligentes.
Le daría las gracias por darnos meriendas para que los niños prueben cosas que nunca han probado por primera vez, porque la merienda ha llegado a nuestro centro educativo y nos ha enseñado que no importa lo que comamos, que todo es lo mismo.
Arroz com feijão. Mas eu queria que aqui na escola comêssemos, por exemplo, peixe, carne.
Serve-se para muitas pessoas. Ajuda-nos quando saímos ao intervalo, comemos e sentimos o amor da pessoa que trouxe a fuga para cá.
បើសិនជាខ្ញុំខ្លាចជានាយករដ្ឋមន្ត្រីខ្ញុំនឹងឧបត្ថម្ភអាហារពីរពេលសម្រាប់សិស្សពីព្រោះអាហារថ្ងៃត្រង់ធ្វើឲ្យសិស្សពុំសូវឃ្លានពេលកំពុងរៀនសូត្រខ្ញុំនឹងឧបត្ថម្ភអាហារពីរពេលជូនសាលានឹងពេលព្រឹកម្ដងនិងពេលថ្ងៃម្ដងនឹងមានគ្រឿងទេស
Ma nourriture à l'école, c'est sur le pain avec le œuf.
When they brought this hydroponics for us, when they started cooking for us, there people started coming every day to school to learn every day because they know that in my mind, when they finish learning, they know that there is food at the kitchen, they go and get food to eat.
If this program was not here, would you get hungry? Would you come late to school? Would you not even come to school? فن دوست داشتن من متمتیک می باشد. در آینده من میخواهم که کارگر بانک شوم و مردم یاری رسانم. من میخواهم که معلمه فن زبان مادری شوم. من میخواهم در آینده طبیب باشم که همه بیمارها را شفا دهم. من میخواهم که بانکیر شوم و به آدمان پول دهم. ما در مکتب آش، شیله، خمشوربا، پیلیمن، مصطوبه میخوریم. اگر ما گرسنه باشیم به درس ها جواب دادن نمیتوانیم. سرمون درد میکند و ما درس را خوشو نمیفهمیم. ما در درس ها گرسنه هستیم و فکری خوندن را میکنیم. اگر با پریزیدنت خودم بخورم خواهش میکنم که با ما سمبوسه، گوش بیریان، منتو، هر گونه خوراک های بلازد را تشکیل کنم. اگر خودم پریزیدنت شوم سمبوسه، منتو، آش پلاو، گوش بیریان در یک روز 2 مرتبه خوراک میدهم.
A round of applause. We've seen future presidents, future teachers, future doctors, bankers. There was even one who wanted to be a native language teacher. And it's their future that comes with it. And there were certain things which they said. One said, when we eat, we can feel the love of those who brought the food to us. Isn't that magical? Just think about what it means. What you're doing here today, it's contributing to that feeling that this young woman is going to have, feeling the love of those who brought the food to us. When one of them said, now there are lots of children coming to school because they know that when they finish learning, there is food in the kitchen for them to eat. But what we are seeing is not just about the food that they are eating, it's the ambition, it's the human capital that we're developing. And the fact that there are nutritious foods in there, we're developing the whole person. That's what this School Meals Coalition is all about. Think about them every minute you're making a commitment, because that's why we're here. Now, we want to look, and that just takes me back to yesterday and all the things that I heard in here yesterday. And just permit me go back with go on a few highlights before we kickstart the day in earnest. You know, there were impressive stories and bold commitments that came. But first, I would like to once again thank the President of Honduras for the inspiring opening remarks that she had. I felt the energy and the commitment, and it's that energy that guided me through the day, just because you could have and you could hear the promises coming from the very top. There were parts of the speech that was presented to us which had to come through President Macron, which talked about the fact that school meals were more than just the meal that you receive. It's about justice and equality. It's about things to do with women's empowerment. It's about building communities. That is something I took from yesterday, and I hope you did as well. Yesterday, we also celebrated the announcement of Brazil. Brazil came in as a co-chair of this coalition, and that was wonderful as well to hear. And we also welcomed 8 member countries and partners here. About 20 countries reported on progress since joining the coalition, and 6 countries made new bold commitments. I keep using the word bold because it is important. We are making very strong, determined commitments for the future. 5 regional groupings, that was so interesting to see that. They shared what the regions agreed on actions to improve the quality and the scale of school meals programs, because it's not just enough doing it in little bits. You've got to do it big. You've got to scale it up. However, we heard that a big challenge is all about the funding. Countries cannot do it themselves all alone. And partners are responding to this need and putting the children and school meals at the heart of their operations, coming up with new and innovative financing mechanisms. For those of you who were here, plenary session 3, oh my, you could feel it, you could feel the energy, but you could feel the energy because we saw the challenges, and then we saw that when you have people with the vision and when you have that plan, then you can go to those institutions that can fund. That is the beauty of coming together as a coalition. With all these commitments having come on the first day of the summit, I am particularly excited to open this second day of discussions. You can see it, you can feel it. You can feel it in my voice. I am really excited, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions today. We will learn about school meals and the ability to act as a policy lever to drive climate action, and governments will have the opportunity to dive deep into the work of the coalition's initiatives and to learn about the support that is currently available to governments, the opportunities of engagement, and the initiatives, roles, and visions. The way forward. So please, don't move. Now, I've got some good news and some bad news before we kickstart. What do you want first? All right, I will start. It's not so bad. It's just simple good news. The good news is that we will make sure that we wrap up before it gets dark. It's the good news. And to ensure that good news works, we hope that you had and you enjoyed your coffee this morning, because we won't have a coffee break. We would have the sessions, the plenaries this morning, and we'll go right through to lunch. Then we'll come back. The idea is to give us all some shopping time. This is Paris. Okay? So I'm wishing all of you a very fruitful and inspiring second day. And let me therefore at this time invite the moderators of this first session of this second day. And it's about the potential to drive climate action and food systems transformation. So allow me invite our moderator. And he's a very important person, because what we do and what I try to do is I do the soft part, and then you bring in the leaders with the brains to do the hard part, which is moderating. And there is none other better to lead this than Valerie Guarnieri and Professor Don Bundy. Valerie Guarnieri is the Assistant Executive Director of the World Food Programme, and she is joining me on stage, as well as Professor Donald Bundy. Please, a round of applause. And it's over to them, first session.
Bonjour à tous. J'espère que vous avez bien reposé parce qu'on va bien travailler ce matin. I am looking forward to being with you here today. And we had those great announcements and commitments. We were just able to hear a recap of some of those from yesterday from George. Thank you, George. Where did George go? There you are. Thank you, George. And now we're going to keep the momentum going. You know, a topic that's been on a lot of your minds has been this issue of how we can use school meals as a platform for food systems transformation and for climate action. So today we're going to drill down into that issue and really understand some of the latest research and thinking on that subject, but also what some countries and governments and what partners are already doing in this space. Our idea really is to spotlight solutions that are scalable, solutions that are sustainable, and solutions that enable us to use school meals as the policy lever that they can be to transform how we produce, how we procure, and how we consume food. And it's a very powerful policy lever. It's not a silver bullet, but it's a strategic, school meals are a strategic entry point that can help drive systemic change. And we're going to hear about how that systemic change is being driven around the world. Change for people and also change for our planet. One key area where this comes to bear is in the space of public procurement. And this is an area that has garnered so much interest from member states, how to really leverage the power of procurement in order to introduce changes and introduce policy measures into their food systems. It can be used to drive support for smallholder farmers, to provide more nutritious foods, to direct procurement to indigenous communities, to support women. There are many ways in which public procurement can be used to drive change. But we also know that public procurement can be used to drive sustainable farming practices, even biodiversity. And so we're going to have a chance to hear about some of these examples here today. And in order to kick that off, I'm going to have a little chat with my friend here, Don Bundy. So Professor Don Bundy is the director of the research consortium for the School Meals Coalition. And he is going to really talk to us about some work that he's been doing around the issue of how we rethink the consequences for climate, environment, biodiversity, and food sovereignty. The Research Consortium was the first initiative to kick off under the School Meals Coalition, and Dawn, for the past year, the Research Consortium has been working on this paper. You've been working on this for over a year. Can you tell us, what is this paper? How was it initiated? And what's it about, Dawn?
I ask myself the same questions. This is very good. So it's great to be here. This is actually on the web now. In fact, it's also, there's a 5-page executive summary in your packages. The report itself, I mean, I'm afraid it's rather large, but the report itself is 50 pages. The rest of this is annexes and technical stuff, which is only to illustrate how complicated this issue is. I hope this looks really unfinished. It looks much better on the web, of course. I hope it looks really unfinished because it's unfinished business. This is us now bringing it to this meeting for discussion. But let me talk about the background, because you're all well aware that the whole ideas about homegrown school feeding, those have been around for 15 years or more, great ideas, but centered really around the idea of the menu and also the value of the agricultural setting. And that was kind of that. And then we heard over time that there was a specific interest in environmental impact, in issues of food sovereignty, of agroecology, of climate change. All of those also come into that same picture. And so we felt, and there was some discussion about this at the Helsinki meeting a year ago, we felt that it would be worth revisiting this and coming up with a sort of thought piece, a white paper, for this meeting in Paris. So that's what this is.
Well, thank you for telling us about that. And indeed, I think the black and white photo helps make it look a little rough. But rough it may be, or a rough draft it may be, but a lot of thinking and a lot of work has already gone into it. Can you tell us a little bit more about who collaborated to make this paper a reality? And maybe even what were some of the initial findings?
Okay, so the way that the Research Consortium works is we are trying to create a global partnership, a global network around school meals that's truly global, that really focuses on all of the issues that I love Brazil's explanation yesterday about, that it really engages with people. And one of the ways we do this is by creating a community of practice that's global, and we created one called Diet and Food Systems to lead on this topic. The dialogue grew. There are 85 institutions that have contributed to this. 160 academics and scholars have contributed to this. It's been put together. I'm just going to call a couple of names out, well, just one for now, which is Silvia Pastorino, who's the pen holder for the process, and Sylvia's sitting at the back there if you want to follow up on that. But we also thought it was very important to do some modeling. So we took the example of the Lancet's Commission on food, and we, for the first time, focused it on school-age children and adolescents. And I want to thank Marco Springman, who did the modeling for the Lancet Commission. He's done the modeling for us too, and we can share those models with any country that's interested in looking at that. And then we took all that community of practice to discussions in various places. I'm just going to call out a couple of them. So one of them was the Hidden Hunger global event in Hohenheim, Germany, which is a global event every 2 or 3 years, which this year was entirely on school meals. And they produced a declaration from the nutritionists about the importance of school meals in these contexts. These are the sorts of things that have really helped feed into their process. Then, of course, there was the fabulous meeting in Latin America and the Caribbean of their network that we were part of, and the conference recently with ECOWAS. And then just last week, we had what we call a showcase. We shared the information with academics worldwide. We had more than 600 discussing this work. So that's been the process. But I don't want you to think that we finished the work, but I do want you to think that there's one very key point that came out of all of this, and that was that the school health community that governments and the school meals programs had a unique and special role to play in changing food systems globally.
Well, why don't we tease that out a little bit more, Don? What were some of the main conclusions on the role of government in using school meals to transform their food systems?
Great. So the reason that the school meal systems are so important, we've heard a little bit about this already yesterday, is that of all public food, school systems are about 70%. So about 70% of all the food that's controlled directly by government, that's to say not private, in private hands. So government holds the policy levers to all of that. That's part of the picture. The other part of the picture is, we talk about this, it's a $48 billion industry, the school meals programs, but the majority of the costs of that are actually domestic. It's domestic funding. So again, it's the governments that hold the control of those processes. That's why it's so important. That's why governments can make these big changes. And so we identify two key ways in which change can be brought about. The first is that governments can help children become the agents of change. This is that again, this point, governments hold the policy levers. By decisions made now, governments can almost instantly change the kind of food that children eat, change children's understanding of the food, their relationship with food. And because it's in schools, because education is right there, because it's part of education, that change can go into the next generation and into the families. So there's one huge piece. The second piece is that the policy change, it can have more long-term effects because it creates a demand for a different sort of agriculture. So this is, as I say, more long-term, but equally important. And it's about the ability of governments then to procure food. This is the power of procurement point that you made, to procure foods which are themselves more resilient, more appropriate to indigenous demand, which more appropriate to food sovereignty. All of those things can be changed by what it is that governments ask for in their food system. It can be, if you like, sort of a leader in changing practice in the agricultural sector. And that sounds very grand, but I want to say that that's not just aspirational, and we can see some real examples of that already. And we would spotlight Brazil in particular, India, but also Germany as countries that are really moving along that road already.
So, that sounds really exciting, and there's clearly a lot of things that governments can do to drive this change. There's more than 50 governments who have been here, Dom. Do you have any specific recommendations that come from your analysis on how they may go about doing that? Okay.
This is where I have to preface my remarks by saying this cake is not yet baked. This is about discussion. And of course, when we talk about food and when we talk about food industry, these are really important global issues. So all we can do is start to point to what are the issues that need to be thought through. So I'd rather not think that these are recommendations, but rather that what we've tried to do is identify what are the priorities to think about in solving these issues. So there are four that I want to highlight in terms of the agent of change part of this picture. What policy changes can governments make that have significant effects? The first is around menus. So menu changes in schools can change the dietary expectations of the children. They change the children's relationship with food. We heard a lot about that yesterday, which I thought was very interesting. And you can make big changes in that. If you look just at the climate part, you can reduce environmental impacts by more than 50% for example, by a switch to vegetarian diet. But you can't just simply do something like that because it's also then changing the way in which society interacts. We have lots of examples of school meals programs not being eaten by children. So you really need to think about the ways in which these things can happen. So So, for example, the models show that more subtle changes, something people call flexitarian, so there's less meat, more fish, more plant-based products, that can achieve up to a 40% reduction in impact. In other words, you can achieve really big impacts but minimizing the societal consequences. These are all things that need to be discussed, but that was a very important point to us, that menu policy changes are crucial, but they need to be done in the right way. And one of the ways you can approach that, there are already school meal planning tools out there that can help governments to plan in that way. The second big policy area is energy. And a change to clean and efficient energy in terms of cooking methods is particularly important. And, you know, particularly for much of Africa, most school food is still cooked on open fires. So a switch from open fires to more efficient stoves would have very significant advantages in terms of fuel efficiency. You need less fuel, it costs less. It reduces the environmental degradation of deforestation, and also, and very importantly, has environmental health benefits for the caterers in terms of the clean air. So that's another very important area, and there are analogies to that for other countries. The third policy area is waste. It's extraordinary to me that today, a third of the world's food is wasted. That is absolutely extraordinary. And so reducing that wastage, the level of impact there is around 12%. You know, we get used to it. We're talking about 12%, 40%, 50%. These are huge numbers. So you can make a really big difference by getting these things right. And also around waste, we would highlight single-use plastics as part of that issue. And then the final issue is on the agent of change is the issue of education, the role of education here. This is happening at school. It's happening at a crucial phase in young people's lives as they're growing up. So you can totally change the way that young people think about the food that they're eating, and you can change their lifelong food preferences, their dietary preferences, which has really big impacts on non-communicable disease in middle age. I mean, frankly, it's one of the most effective ways of addressing obesity, which is one of the biggest epidemics that the world deals with. You can see why I'm getting to the point that this is a unique opportunity that we have that other systems don't have. So those are the four policy areas in the agent of change issue. But the other piece is, of course, the second group of policy changes, which is changing menus in ways that encourage country agriculture to grow foods in ways that are much more important to the local environment and the indigenous situation. And here, I just want to highlight the extraordinary success of Brazil with this, relatively simple, you would think, concept of 30% of all school food coming from family farms. That's transformed the way in which food is provided, and that may well be a model that is applicable in many places once we start to get into the details. But I do want to add a word of caution there, because we use the term regenerative agriculture a lot in this context, which is about foods that put stuff back into the soil and so forth. But you can have regenerative agriculture that's just about that. It's about improving the soil. It's a biophysical effect. But then there's regenerative agriculture that also takes into account the importance of whether farmers can earn a living out of this, whether women farmers can get access to this. In other words, there's a whole sociological complex of things, what people now call deep regenerative, that also perhaps needs to be given much better, more thought and more airtime. And finally, on that point, I want to just say that one of the concerns that all countries have in this area is about cost. I mean, that has to be underlie all of this. So one of the questions that we really looked at was what's the affordability of these changes? Some changes are not going to be affordable for some countries, but there are a lot that are, and there are a lot that are, if they don't save money, then they're cost neutral. So a move from from a standard school menu to a more flexitarian menu, as I described it, can be significantly cheaper. If we think about waste, there's one of the most effective ways of reducing your per capita cost of food is to cut down the amount you waste. And similarly, with the switch from open fires to more efficient stoves. So what I wanted to share here is our models allow a country to look at its own local context and estimate what are the benefits of one approach versus another approach and how much does it cost. And that's, I think, that's a service we would love to offer generally to countries that want to look at that.
Thank you so much, Don. I could really talk to you all day. This is, you know, big brains have been working on this. And please, if the colleagues, Sylvia, Marcus, some of the colleagues who have been working on this, if you could just stand up so people know how to find you at the coffee break. Big brains have been working on this issue, yet you've come up with very practical and actionable recommendations for countries. Thank you so much for that. Any final word you want to leave with the group as we close this segment?
I just want to say, as I say, the cake's not baked yet. The executive summary, the paper itself, we want more comment on. So feel free to share that. Indeed, we're hoping that with French government support, we will be part of having a global discussion on this issue. We'll keep you posted on that, and we hope you'll take part in that as it goes forward. I also finally hope that the summit will be supportive of this broad vision and will recognize the contribution of the white paper in its outcome statement.
Do we support this vision? Yes? Good to hear that. And if I understand it correctly, the plan is that the cake will be baked and iced and delivered at COP28. Is that correct?
If we feel the love, we will. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Don. So now we're going to invite some countries who we're going to hear from on what they're doing to accelerate food systems transformation and climate action through school meals programs. And we're also going to hear from partners who are supporting countries to do just that. So if I could invite up to the stage Nairobi, Namibia, Sweden, Rockefeller, IFAD, UNESCO, the European Commission, and Germany. Thank you so much. We'll do some slight reorganization here. Well, that was very efficient. Thank you, panelists, for coming up. I'm going to introduce each one by one in the interest of time. But our first panel is going to give us the opportunity to hear some country perspectives. And we really want to look at how these issues are being implemented, particularly in the context of the food and nutrition crisis that we find ourselves in today's world. So my first question is for the government of Nairobi, the governor of Nairobi, His Excellency Sakata Arthur Johnson. Kenya publicly endorsed recommendations from the Research Consortium's white paper draft as a climate adaptation solution. Can you tell us more about Kenya's scale-up plan for school meals, and how is Kenya thinking about adapting some of these climate-smart approaches in implementing and scaling up school meals?
Thank you very much. By way of introduction, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sakaja Johnson. I'm the governor of Nairobi, which is the capital city of Kenya. So today I wear two hats. I'll speak on behalf of the national government And also on the next panel about what local governments are able to do. Kenya's feeding program started in the 80s, and it was primarily focused on vulnerable communities in our arid and semi-arid regions of the country. And we had been feeding around 1.8 million children with local solutions. After the COVID-19 pandemic, and of course we've been doing that with World Food Programme and different partners, but we realized that there are greater vulnerabilities beyond those in the arid and semi-arid areas. Those in urban areas, we found face a lot of challenges because urban poverty many times bites much harder than rural poverty, And so Kenya is scaling up from the 1.8 million to 2.5 million children this year. That is a national target. And we aim to get to 10 million children in the next few years. Despite tough fiscal space, despite budgetary constraints, the country has actually committed to double. We've doubled our budget from $15 million nationally to $30 million because we've seen the impact. In the schools where this program has been introduced, and I can speak about Nairobi also, we've seen 150% increase in enrollment. Kenya has just come out of the worst drought in 40 years. And during that period, we found 2.5 million children locked out of school because they couldn't get a meal. And so this is a program that His Excellency President William Ruto is very, very passionate about. And I am passionate about it also as the governor of Nairobi. And we hope that we can get, more partners to work on this. There are different models that we're using, both as a national government and as county governments, which is our second level of governance in Kenya.
Thank you so much, Governor. I was living in Kenya for 5 years up until a few years ago, and I'm so impressed by, it's such an impressive city, all of the growth and development that's happening there. But I was also there as Kenya took over full management for national school meals, had been donor financed in the past, another McGovern-Dole supported country. WFP has been a longstanding country, but it's been really impressive to see how with devolution, Kenya has really taken up the mantle of ensuring that all children can benefit from a nutritious meal in school. And Nairobi is one of the main challenge areas given the huge city. And we're very much looking forward to hearing you speak in the next panel about some of the impressive work you're leading in Nairobi. Any specific ways in which climate and climate smart practices are being introduced into Kenya's program that you might want to share with us?
Yes, definitely. As I've said, and thank you for the kind words about Nairobi. I think you need to come back. Nairobi keeps calling. Yes, our President William Ruto has taken a leadership role in climate action on the continent of Africa. And I am also leading that with the subnational governments. I'm the vice chair of the C40 cities, which is a network of 100 cities across the world that are focused on climate action. And what we're practically doing, and I'll give you an example. In Nairobi, I've built 10 kitchens that are green kitchens. And so these kitchens are fully using eco-friendly briquettes. And so the fuels we're using, we're diversifying the diets. And everything that comes out gives us a carbon neutral process through which our kids are eating. And so we're hitting two birds with one stone. On my climate action plan, the two elements of the plan is to safeguard vulnerable communities, but also to ensure resilient food systems. And so that's part of what we're doing, because we've realized there's great vulnerability to climate change. And even as the global south is taking a lead in that discussion, in as much as we may not have been the biggest contributors, but we're suffering from it. And so instead of pointing blame, we're making practical decisions to create green jobs. And some of those green jobs are in the kitchens. And in the last 12 months, we've been able to employ, for instance, in Nairobi, 1,500 people, many of whom are parents of those children, and they had no jobs. They were mired in the poverty of an urban space. And so they're seeing the benefit of climate action. Their children are eating. And the most beautiful thing is that the children feel cared for, and that's something that we many times miss out on. We look at the numbers, we look at the statistics, but just the feeling of a government that is responsive and that cares and loves you changes the whole attitude of the people. So we have happier people in the country as part of our goals, and I think that is also a very important indicator. So we're encouraging the shift in the fuels that we're using in our kitchens in many of the counties. And maybe just for context, Kenya has 2 levels of government. We have a national government. It's almost like a federal system. And then we have 47 different regional governments or county governments. And so in as much as the national government has put in $30 million, the county governments are also making commitments. My government has put down 11 million euros this year just for the school feeding program, and the national government is matching. And so there are a lot of synergies that devolution brings that both levels can be able to apply in this context.
Thank you so much, Governor. And something that WFP has been very pleased to support with Kenya is helping these county governments using their devolved budgets to procure locally as close to the schools as possible. And that combined with some of the efforts around green kitchens, et cetera, is helping Kenya lead the way in this space. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. Next, we're going to turn to Sweden, and I have the Director General of the Department of Rural Affairs, Mr. Johan Kraft. Where's Johan? Johan Kraft, there you are. Mr. Kraft, Sweden has a very robust school meals program and implemented in a very sustainable way. You've been a pioneer of introducing this, and I understand that there's been a recent analysis about some of the costs and benefits of incorporating these sustainable policies in school meals. Can you share some of the findings with us? I think they could also be quite helpful for other countries who are considering making similar shifts.
Yes, thank you. I'm very happy to be here, I must say. It's a privilege and it's very inspiring. Regarding the study you mentioned, I would like to maybe give a brief background and some general comments on what we're trying to do when it comes to sustainable change. As you pointed out, we have been privileged and have been serving cost-free meals in school for over 70 years. And since 2012, we have a meal model which includes different quality aspects, such as safe and nutritious, tasty, and school meals served in pleasant environment. And the meal should also be eco-smart and contribute to environmentally sustainable development. And to fully use the meal's potential, it should be integrated into the core activities and be a natural part of the education. And it's also implemented in the national guidelines for meals in schools and preschools. Now, this model is not only used by schools, but also in public meals, in elderly care and hospitals. And finally, the financing is the responsibility of our local municipalities. It's mandatory, though, and obviously the implementation varies between the 290 municipalities. We also have a competence center at the National Food Agency. I want to underline the importance of the work they do there. And their task is really to support and provide also advice and education in order to promote a long-term sustainable change and develop the school meal system. Now, this doesn't mean that we don't have challenges. We do have to tackle a few things. For example, school meals are not yet part of the school's education and is not used as the tool it has the potential to be. To learn about healthy and sustainable diets, agriculture, and local food production. There is another challenge is, of course, that we have a lack of cooperation between actors in the school meal system. They need to work together. They don't, not to the extent that they should. And I'm talking here about all involved, teachers, headmasters, caterers, chefs, parents, and pupils, obviously. Now, let me just say a few brief words on the school food innovation as a lever for a sustainable food system, where we started today. The school food system has similar challenges as the large food system, but is as it is a more tangible and a smaller version, it is believed to be a suitable place to initiate wider transformation. I repeat what you said earlier, but anyway. At national and a place-based mission, a pilot project has been established to innovate the Swedish school meal system. And the aim is to connect transformation within food system to changes in education, local resilience, and public health. And it covers all areas such as health, teaching, logistic, farming, and food waste, not the least food waste. And I come to one of the core things here, and it is the fact that the desired outcomes were discussed and established in collaboration with relevant actors in policy labs. 4 municipalities have been selected in this pilot project in local school to work with the local school meal systems. And new or revised national policy documents will be developed as a result of this experiment. And the working assumption is that schools are a society in miniature, and that a transformed school meal system can serve as a leverage for transforming entire food system. Through this project, named A New Recipe for School Meals, the aim is to address the school meal system from a sustainable and system perspective, in order to solve the challenges we are facing, at the same time design and implement a school meal system that is more sustainable than today. And as we all know, the school meal system that contributes to social, ecological, economic sustainability locally, regionally, nationally, and even internationally, where they have gathered representatives from the systems, chefs, the students, farmers, meal planners, principals, parents, and actors from different agencies. So finally, I just want to underline the importance of getting all the actors working together to reach a sustainable change for school meals, but also on the aggregated level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johan. So last but not least on our impressive country panel, I bring us to Southern Africa, to Namibia, and I have Her Excellency, Ms. Anna Ngipondoka. Excellency, Namibia has been working on an innovative homegrown school feeding pilot that aims to diversify school meals. I love homegrown school meals, so I'm excited to hear about that. And can you tell us how the pilot is incorporating climate-friendly, climate-adaptive approaches in its effort to transform local food systems?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. To start with, To start with, Namibia introduced the National School Feeding Program in 1991, which was a year into our independence. And in 1996, the Homegrown School Feeding Program was introduced with the assistance of a World Food Program. And the whole aim was really to look into the food systems transformation to make it more climate resilient, and also with the aim of improving on our nutritional value of our meals. Because what we used to give and what we give now is mainly the maize blend, which is of course having a lot of fortified nutrients. But with the homegrown school feeding program, we are improving on the nutritional value in our food. So in our country, we are still running it on 2 legs, which is the National School Feeding Program, and now the piloting of the Homegrown School Feeding Program, which is done in 29 schools in the country, which is in 7 of the 14 regions in the country. When it comes to the climate resilience efforts, the Homegrown School Feeding Pilot Program is necessarily looking into the issue of regenerative agricultural methods, where definitely we take care of into the climate effects of of gardening and all those things that we are doing in terms of using of greenhouses, in terms of using the fertilizers, which are mainly organic. And this is naturally done, of course, definitely, because with the homegrown school feeding program, these are done at schools through the school gardens, and also through the strengthening of the smallholder farmers to produce foods for the schools. And definitely, naturally, the fertilizers that we are using are more organic, because we rely on manure from the cattle, manure from the chicken, and so on. So when we talk of the issue of really the climatic improvement of the system that we are improving, is to say that all the systems that we are using are a climatic smart approach, which includes, as I said, the greenhouse effects. I mean, greenhouses, they promote to promote continued food production. We also ensure water supply that we use is mainly the irrigation system. This is on the basis of our country being an arid country, and the rain is also unpredictable, and many a times we are suffering from droughts. And this year is one of the years that we really go through the severe drought, and definitely drip irrigation systems are the ones that we installed in the greenhouses in order for us to ensure that we have enough water and we don't waste water. So the project also promotes sustainable agricultural practices through the integration of regenerative agriculture activities and capacity building of various aspects central to sustainable food production. So it's all about naturally doing what we are supposed to do because of the nature and the contractual, the contractual climatic systems in our country.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And it's really great to hear about how Namibia is very clearly incorporating these climate smart, planet friendly practices in your school meals program. So we had a great set of countries here sharing their examples. I think they deserve a round of applause, don't you? And now we're going to move to our partners who are going to share some thoughts on what support is available for countries that are heading down this path of food systems transformation. And here too, I'll invite them, or I'll introduce them one by one. I'm going to start with Roy Steiner, the Senior Vice President of the Rockefeller Foundation. Hi, Roy, nice to see you. The Rockefeller Foundation is a key partner of the School Meals Coalition. And we know, Roy, that as part of your good food strategy and now your climate strategy, you have really seen the role that school meals can play. Now, Rockefeller Foundation has recently been calling school meals a big bet. I want to understand what that means and how you are helping countries to innovate. Why are school meals so important? Why are they a big bet? And why do they feature so prominently in your strategy? And maybe even more importantly, what investments are you making to make this a reality on the ground? Roy, over to you.
Great. Thank you so much. It's always wonderful to be here. Rockefeller started being interested in school meals really when we did our true cost accounting of the food system. We've created this food system that is not only the leading cause of mortality, like what we're eating is literally killing us, it's also destroying the planet, as we know. And school meals is a powerful way to use to shift that system. We started in a number of investments in the United States, for example, moving to more local procurement with the US food system, but even getting all the urban schools together to demand antibiotic-free meat. And the industry didn't want to do that, but because they're such a large purchaser of meat, it forced the entire industry to shift. And now you can get antibiotic-free meat anywhere in the United States. And that was really because of this shift in the school purchasing. Most recently, I want to talk about two innovations. one a product innovation and a process innovation. It is interesting that refined grain, which is what most kids in the world eat now, it is really the result of a false assumption. It made sense 30 years ago. We ate refined grain because it had shelf life of 6 to 12 months, and whole grains only had about 4 weeks. That is no longer the case, but we still reduce. When you refine grain, you lose 30% of the volume and 90% of the nutrition, and then we feed it to our children. It makes no sense anymore. It made sense a while ago. And so we've been working with our partners in the World Food Program. We started with a pilot in Rwanda. It's a great place to work. Started with 3,000 kids. I think we're at 60,000 plus. And with the dynamic Minister of Agriculture and Minister of Education who's here with us, I have no doubt that we'll be getting to 4 million kids. And that's just simply shifting. Suddenly, within a few years, you have 30% more food. It's a win-win-win. More food, the children are getting more nutrition, the environment, you use 30% less fertilizer, less land because you don't need as much, and it's budget neutral. It's one of those extraordinary innovations that just requires us to think a bit differently. The other innovation I think is, and I'm sitting next to the governor here, Kenya really has made some extraordinary commitments to move from 1.5 million, as you mentioned, to 10 million children. Well, that takes a lot of energy and effort and thought, because that's complex, right? You have to suddenly, where are you going to get that food? How are you going to distribute it? What's the monitoring and evaluation? How do you do the meal planning? We've been working with NACONET and a number, and our colleagues at the World Food Program to help the government of Kenya make that happen, embedding a consultant who can come and accompany the government, building up the analysis of how do you compare all the different choices you have. What's the most efficient, effective, cost-effective way of feeding that many children? That requires a lot of analysis, and governments need to be able to do that. And so I think building that capacity within the government is going to enable that to be sustainable over the long run. And so last night I went to bed just thinking about, like, how do we accelerate? This is what we're doing in this room is probably the most important thing I could possibly think of, because we're influencing the future of humanity with this program. And so I think this is a weighty responsibility. So I went to bed, I was like, how do we accelerate this? 2:30 in the morning, I woke up and I was like, there has to be a better, we have to expand the capacity of the School Meals Coalition to assist governments. And I started developing, I came up with the School Meals Advanced Real-Time Technical Assistance, SMARTA, or you could also do SMILE, the School Meals Innovation Learning Enabler. Anyway, something that enables governments to build that capacity to more effectively, more efficiently advance school meals. And I think, when we're talking about building fiscal space, that's not enough. You have to build the capacity for that to be sustainable. And I know Christine Duarte really believes that. And I think I'd like to invite anybody, and especially funders who are interested in working with us and our partners at the School Meals Coalition to develop the idea so that we really accelerate this program in a way that it deserves. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Roy. And I guess the big bet is that it's a big payoff. A small investment pays off big. Can you just a few more words on what is the, I'm a little worried that you spend your nights sleeping and dreaming about this, but good for all of us.
The most important thing to be dreaming about, actually.
But the role that Rockefeller Foundation plays is so key, but just maybe highlighting it. What is it that foundations like Rockefeller bring to the table in terms of unlocking some of these barriers that allow the kind of investments that are necessary?
Yeah, so I think one of the advantages of philanthropy is we can take risks. We can do things that are sometimes uncomfortable for other stakeholders, and it's our responsibility. If we're not failing or we're not taking the risks, I don't think we're doing the job that we're supposed to be doing. For 110 years, we've been in this business of trying to advance the well-being of humanity, and it's school meals is a big bet, because if you're thinking about the well-being of humanity, you better be thinking about the future generations. And I think we are living in a world where there's so much short-term thinking and so much narrow thinking, and we need long-term, connected, unified thinking that recognizes the oneness of humanity. And so a big bet is really, we're betting on the future humanity and doing this. And so hopefully we'll bring a lot of people together. One other point is, I think we're living in such a polarized world. We need to find points of unity, and children is the point of unity. Everybody loves their children. Let's work with that as a point of unity to bring the world closer together.
Thank you so much. And we're very glad that these are the issues that are keeping you up at night, and supporting governments to de-risk their investments is so key. So next up, I'm going to turn to my sister from Rome, Geraldine Mukashimana. Geraldine, up until recently, would have been known to many of you as the Minister of Agriculture from Rwanda. That's how I first got to know her, and how delighted we are that she is now Vice President at IFAD, our sister Rome-based agency. Geraldine, congratulations again for your new assignment. Now, IFAD has been dedicated to building climate resilience with rural communities for some time. Can you elaborate, especially when it comes to small-scale producers, how linkages with school meals can support those climate resilience and climate-friendly practices?
Thank you. Very good morning, everyone. That's right. IFAD works in rural communities, and because we are sitting with a different audience, probably I should tell that IFAD is a financial institution and a specialized agents of the UN, and we lend to countries in lower and middle income countries so that they can work in agricultural development. And we have been working hard to make sure that we have on every single dollar that our member states are giving us, because many of them are sitting in the room, have been turning that into an investment of $6 on ground in our member states. So for the last year, IFAD has been really working in school meal systems, because the school meals are one of the most, it's been said in many areas since yesterday, it's one of way of building the future, but also it's one way of building the rural communities' economy, because we have been working with our sister agencies from Rome, as Valerie has mentioned, to make sure that we work all the way from production to making the menu, to learning experiences, teaching children how to garden, and in that whole space. And it's been really rewarding. So far, we are working in 19 countries where we specialize into the homegrown school meal systems, where we connect the producing communities to the school so that they can source the school supplies from the growing communities, rather than relying on importations or centralized school supplies. And it's been exciting, and for instance, I don't want to repeat what Roy has mentioned, but I can give an example of 2 countries. Our WFP, FAO, and IFAD have been working in Burundi in milk supply to the schools, and it's been a partnership that worked very well, where IFAD has been into cow distribution, milk collection center construction, and assistance to institutions has been working on milk quality testing, animal feed, and so the private sector can be able to distribute milk into the schools. That's one of the exciting projects that we have. But yesterday I had a meeting with Her Excellence from Guatemala. So again, these institutions have been working to link the farming community to the schools. And I guess some of the videos that we saw, there are some Guatemala children. And I mean, it's really exciting that some of them are advocating for 2 meals a day, but the unfortunate news is that we still have in developing countries 73 million children that go to school every single day, still hungry. So there is so much work that needs to be done still. That said, IFAD will continue. We have been working for the last 3 years, making sure that 60% of the projects that IFAD implement into our member states are nutrition sensitive. 90% of them are climate sensitive, and we continue to work to make sure that the communities that are working with the IFAD are having the means they need to adapt to the climate change. And for the last 3 years, IFAD invested 3.3 billion into the rural communities to connect the dots to make sure that the kids can be well fed. We are into the mobilization of our next 3-year cycle. I'm glad that we are in France. We thank the government of France for the support into our replenishment, and our member states, we mobilize them to step up the contribution. We have huge ambitions to make sure that in the next 3 years, IFAD can have a program of work of almost 10 billion to be able to support the rural community, the rural development, and connect the dots to the school meals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Geraldine. It was great to hear you also bring the livestock element in as we're talking about agri-food systems and the opportunity for transformation there. That's so relevant for many of the governments here. And then also to highlight how your replenishment and the priorities under it can be used to support the financing of school meals programs. I'm sure Christina's taking note over there as well in leading that financing effort. So let's move over now. Okay, we're talking about education, so we've got to have UNESCO talking at the table. And we're so delighted to have Stefania Giannini with us, the Assistant Director General for Education at UNESCO. Geraldine, Stefania, UNESCO, but you also personally have taken a very holistic view on education, the need to ensure good health, nutrition, and well-being as key towards education outcomes. So this idea of focusing on the learning and the learner is embedded in that. You're also leading the way in promoting coordination and investment in greening education. So with some of the things that we're talking about, how do you see the potential to have school meals and climate smart school meals as part of this greening effort on education and greening partnerships that you have been spearheading?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having us in this panel. I feel a little bit like the spokesperson of the education sector in this panel, at least, but I see so many partners in crime sitting in the room today and yesterday, I was really very much inspired. So Valerie, let me start to congratulate WFP, your team, for putting together this impressive initiative. I think that I was also thinking early in the morning, not by night, that I usually sleep very well, but I think this central role of school meals and food, healthy food and nutrition in education means very much for us, makes us rethinking of the very popular, well-known motto by the German philosopher, I'm sure you remember Ludwig Feuerbach, who was saying centuries ago, a man is what he or she eats. And this is very much, the backdrop of all your action and our joint actions. So, going to your question, I think there is a structural connection between school meals and education. It's about thinking that the school meals are not simply and crucially delivering meals at school, but they're an essential part of what we think is a green school about. You just mentioned this other impressive initiative, which comes from the Transforming Education Summit last year. Many honorable ministers are sitting here in the first row and elsewhere, where with us, some 167 countries committed to transform their education system around the different pillars and actions. But many of them, I would say 2/3 of these countries, put education for sustainable development, climate change, and addressing in education at least the three basic crises we are facing: the hunger crisis, the climate crisis, and the learning crisis, through this holistic approach, which means changing the model of learning and teaching and acting about at least 4 pillars. I wish to recall briefly them. These are the 4 pillars where green in education has built around: green in schools, green in curriculum, green in the teacher's capacity, green in communities. And I think that school meals are fitting perfectly at least around the 3 of them. When it's about green in schools, you cannot have a sustainable approach to school management and what is happening in the school organization and the daily learning of children without an appropriate policy on meals and delivery of meals. And this is about reduction of waste and other sustainable behaviors that can really make children being the agents of change, as our colleagues from the Research Consortium just clearly mentioned. Then it's about curriculum. I mean, to put it simply, we have a clear correlation, data, evidence-based, that healthy learners do learn better and more. On the other side, well-educated children are most likely to be healthy, to think healthy, to act healthy, as children now, as citizens, adults in the future. So this is about the change. This is about better knowledge, raising awareness, changing behaviors. And when education can really reach this goal through a comprehensive approach, I mean, SDG 4 is not a dream, but is something that we can reach in the coming years. So I see a very important, unique opportunity, colleagues, in the coming weeks and months. It's the COP28. The COP28, as you all know, convened by UAE in Dubai, will be the first COP where education will have a dedicated day, a dedicated pavilion where the Greening Partnership will be from the champions countries. By the way, UK and Japan are leading on that, but we have almost 90 countries, members of this coalition, will be relaunched and will be presented through a roadmap with actionable and measurable targets. So I think it's the time to establish a strategic alliance between the School Meals Coalition and the Green Education Partnerships. And this is very much about having a common roadmap where these three pillars at least can be brought together in the coming months. Second objective, I see a little bit, in the mid-term time, we say it's about, we must be bolder a little bit. Reshaping SDG 4 means opening windows and doors of the education sector. This is a little bit a message to my colleagues here in the room who are, like me, engage every day in education. This notion of transformation is very much based on the need we have to approach education challenges and providing education solutions to other sectors and having this collective efforts to make education very much part of the solution, whatever the challenge and the topic. I see honorable ministers here in the first rows as a former minister. I know it's not easy to have an all-government approach to the many topics and challenges that you are facing in your country. But I do believe that this transforming education process that we are running together can really provide us, through these alliances between sectors, a real golden opportunity to change. And children are very much the center of what we are doing. Children, youth, students, it's not only about schools, it's also disseminating a culture of sustainable and healthy behaviors that can really make the difference in the future. I think that education can really a good ally also for all of you. Valerie, we started to discuss about that, if not mistaken, 4 years ago in Rome. Then the Food Summit and the School Meals Coalition. Kudos once again for the great work you're doing. Then the Transforming Education Summit. I say we are also very much translating commitments now into action together with governments and supporting governments to do that despite the many, many challenges in these troubled times. And everything is also about, let me say, from the UNESCO perspective, having education as a solution for peace. Because the more we invest in education, the more we put children and schools at the center of communities, and the better, possibly, there will be a solution for, bigger problems we are facing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stefania Giannini, and for everything that you're doing to bring these agendas together. So key. So now I'm going to turn to the European Commission, and I have Marietta Jager, the Deputy Director General for International Partnerships. The European Commission has been investing in school meals for quite some time. How are you supporting food systems transformation linked to your engagement and support on school meals? Marietta, thank you so much for coming. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting European Commission to this historical first coalition summit, School Meal Coalition Summit, and I'm very honored to be part of this distinguished panel. So I'm here on behalf of Commissioner Jutta Urpilainen, basically to demonstrate the EU's strong commitment to invest in the school meals. And as a member of the School Meal Coalition, the EU is doing utmost to create healthy school environment. This is my first statement that I would like to remember. And as you said, we've been investing for decades to improve health, nutrition, and learning outcomes. And we've been supporting national efforts in this endeavor, bilaterally and globally, but basically to ensure inclusive and universal access to education, of course, quality health and wash, and nutrition services for children, including in schools as the most critical platform. And here, let me be quite frank, we've been investing a huge financial commitments in those efforts. Just to give you the example, in the last, say, 6 years, we put more than 6 billion in nutrition and the same amount, more or less, in education now that our commissioner increased the sources for education from 7 to 13% of our budget. But also we've been very active in giving the commitment and pledges, for example, 2.5 billion at the latest, I would say, Nutrition for Growth Summit. But what we really believe is that the multi-sectorial and context-specific and right-based approach is really essential to end the child hunger and malnutrition. And also what we are doing is investing heavily in the local production, basically to ensure the food sovereignty and food security. But another important issue is diversification of meals. So we do believe that really the health, plant-based animal sourced like fish would really bring very good outcomes, and basically, it's essential for growing and learning children. I was thinking how to give you a couple of examples, what we are doing for the school meal coalition, so across the regions. And I would like to share with you 3 examples. First one is in Africa and the CR, where we together with France, our host, and Germany, establish the school canteens in areas that are in the greatest needs. And basically this is in the Team Europe approach, and we use local food production for homegrown school meals. This is one example of a 50 million project, and also we also bring the access to water and wash into that. The second one I would like to mention is Haiti, where we are doing in Spain. Basically, we do provisions of school meals in the context of sustainable, equitable, and climate-resistant agri-food system in line with our Green Deal and Farm to Fork, where, of course, we would like to build healthy and environmental-friendly food systems. And we do that in the very much integrated approach, nutrition and climate change integration. And Malawi is the one where we have a second phase of Solata program, and includes the mitigating and adaptation measures. And there with the WFP, we promote the crop diversification, because that is also what we live in, is very important. And let me conclude in saying that after this panel, we are going to sign again, very important contribution to WFP on Afghanistan. We just released 140 million before the end of this year to help Afghanistan in crisis, and we are signing 10 million contribution for school meals with you. And I hope you will all attend this ceremony, and thank you for listening to the Commission's efforts to School Meal Coalition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marietta, for the long commitment and continued commitment, and also for that exciting new contribution that the children in Afghanistan are very grateful for, as are we. So last but not least, we have Martin Hoppe, the Deputy Director General for Sustainable Supply Chains from Germany. We're the converted here, and we believe that school meals are a powerful instrument for transforming change at the local level. Clearly, Germany believes so too. And I hear that Martin has an exciting new program that he's going to tell us about. So I give you the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Many people feel uncomfortable being in the last speaking spot. Actually, I think it's great. I don't have to tell you anything new. Everything has been said. What I can do is I can tell you what I've learned. And this is what I'll try to do in a few minutes. First of all, I've learned from the video, we should listen to children. Very frankly, one point they said is, and in their words, is like, thank you, the President, for providing blah, blah. What they actually mean is holding their governments responsible. That is an expectation they're voicing, and we should listen to them. Children have a right to good school meals, and it is a responsibility of governments to deliver. That's one thing I learned today. Another thing, Dan, thank you for providing so much scientific insight. I'm actually quite proud, and I'm happy Carmen Bobano is here in the room. We just drafted, and you alluded to it, Ms. Moderator, a program jointly between German government and World Food Program, which we're about to implement. And that is something also like I want to maybe share with you. We came up with this idea this year, and we start implementing next. So we'll be very fast. Germany is commissioning World Food Program to implement a 22 million accelerating school meals program in 2 countries, that is Sierra Leone and Laos. Now, this will be 5 years, so it is a significant amount of money, but it's also not huge if you think 5 years, 2 countries. Sierra Leone and Laos, those are not necessarily the first countries that will come to your mind as a development partner, right? They're not one of the darlings. Why did we choose them? And we chose them jointly, and I really like that effort because they have a strong commitment. They have programs in place that we could easily link up to, and we have a presence, of course, ourselves. But this is what we need, and I'm telling you this as a donor country. What we really need to see is the commitment from our partner countries and efforts that we can link up to. And then there's one thing I learned from a talk outside I had with colleagues from Liberia. They have this commitment, but they lack the resource. They say, yes, we want to do school meals, we believe in school meals, but for now we don't have the finance. It's a donor driven and not owned because the government is engaged, but they heavily rely on donors. And I think this is the beauty of this very coalition. We've learned of some countries, Kenya, that managed to do that find the resources, innovate about the finance of school meals. And this is what I would encourage all of us. This is something I'm learning. And this is something we all can learn from each other. Wow, some countries have done it. And they're not necessarily ultra-rich either. So let's learn from it. Let's use the opportunity. We're here together in a joint effort and really listen to each other. I'm here to listen more than I'm here to tell you. Then, Roy, isn't it great to have an American in the room and all of a sudden you're in a different mood, like celebrating what we're doing? That's a very American approach. But I congratulate you on this, and it is true. That's exactly what we should do. We should celebrate what we're doing because it is true. We're working on the future of our world. This is what the children are. And when you were talking about caring, I was reminded of this song of Sting. I hope the Russians love their children too. This uniting element that school feeding can be, because we all care about our children. And I would really want to stress that moment. We are in a very divided period of time, but we can sit here together and not talk the big politics. We can really focus on something we want to achieve jointly for our own common future. And this is also why I really believe, and thank you for reminding us of this. This is what I want to also take home from here. One very last word. I see the red card. I haven't heard it, maybe it was done yesterday more. I really want to thank the French government for inviting us here, for hosting us. I know this is a huge effort. I'm coming from a ministry myself, bringing in the state president to such an event is a huge effort, is a huge commitment by the French government. So I really want to thank the French government for their leadership on this. And I myself will promise to you, Germany has been in the School Meals Coalition basically from start. And we will continue giving this a great effort. And I look forward to implementing our program together. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Martin. And I think really highlighting how school meals are something that we can all agree on. That's why we're here. And that's why we're looking at ways also to leverage that positive vibe and feeling towards also transforming food systems to help end hunger. Sustainable Development Goals are our beacon of light. I want to thank all the panelists who were joining us and sharing your valuable perspectives on this second panel. It's so impressive to see how much is being done to support countries with their transformation, and the leadership and commitment from the governments that we were hearing about yesterday and we're hearing about today to ensure all children benefit from a nutritious meal, to use school meals as a lever of change, really resonated throughout this panel. So thank you so much for all of the actions, examples of how school meals can be and are being used to drive climate action and food systems transformation. Super, super inspired by everything that we've been hearing. A few things maybe to highlight as we close, though Martin helped me with some of the closing. I think that learning is key, both in listening to the children and learning from each other is one of the main values of the School Meals Coalition. I hear that local procurement and the power of procurement is something that is being taken up and resonates with the different countries. We had the example of Namibia that was shared on how we can shorten transportation-related emissions, contribute to lower carbon emissions and a smaller ecological footprint when we procure food closer to the source. We also talked about the importance of preventing and reducing food waste through the supply chain or along the supply chain. We talked about how equipping foods with efficient stoves, like Kenya has been doing, is key. This can have a major impact on greenhouse gas emissions, cut carbon emissions, and lower fuel costs while preventing deforestation. We have all seen those school meals programs where, it's cook stoves that are being fed with wood that's being chopped from forests and trees nearby. And this is something that we need to be very practically addressing in our school meals programs. The technology is there and we need to be deploying it. And then we've also heard how important it is to provide children with healthy diets and back that by education, which can create in the children, our future, a lifelong climate consciousness that will help them also drive change in their own communities. I mean, what's a better way to shape the markets of tomorrow than by changing the diets of children today? And so that came across also very loud and clear through our panel. We need to support governments to continue to prioritize these investments. We need to make the link between school meals and climate action more visible. Upcoming COP28 is going to be a great opportunity to take it forward. And then it doesn't end with COP. We're going to continue that on into next year as well. Thank you all for your commitment and your support, and looking forward to the next panel. Thank you to the wonderful panelists today.
Thank you so much, Valerie, and I wholeheartedly thank the panelists. Please, dear panelists, please, it will be good for you to move out from the stage, from this direction, from your right, please, if it's possible. If it's just possible, not necessarily able to get through that message, well, we will get there. And the whole reason I'd prefer our panelists to move out from the right is to enable the next set of panelists, because we are moving directly into our next, we're moving into our next plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no pause. There is no pause. Il n'y a pas de pause maintenant. There is no break. It is just a switch of plenaries, of plenary sessions. Not the easiest to get. But permit me at this time, yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We just had a very exciting panel, energizing, which is the reason why we are all excited. If you do not mind, Christina, I'd like us to get settled for the next panel. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. So we're going to get into our next panel, which is going to focus on localizing school meals and how local governments have been very much involved in it. So I am hereby introducing here on stage the Mayor of Copenhagen, the Deputy Mayor of Milan, the Governor of Nairobi, who's back on stage again, and we heard him a few minutes ago, the Mayor of Addis Ababa, the Deputy Mayor of Montpellier, and last but not least, we will have the moderator of this session, Mr. Filippo Gavazzeni, who's the head of the Milan Urban Food Pact Secretariat. Now, because everyone is up and not settled yet, I have decided unilaterally to do this. We shall have a video just to get everybody settled. Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle. We will have a video which is going to show us how you are able to have the participation of communities and municipalities, and it is inspired by the Milan Pact, actually. So let's have the video to enable everyone settle such that our session can kick off.
We have connected cities around the world and millions of people who inhabit them. We have worked together to overcome challenges. We have shared our experiences to inspire each other. We have made our ideas the core of our actions. Our shared goal remains the same, making food systems more sustainable, fair, safe, nutritious, inclusive, and climate friendly. We are ready to face future challenges, committed to leaving no one behind. Cities and territories are the beating heart of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. They are striving to build inclusive climate action, sustainable urban development, social equity, poverty reduction, and circular economy, able to optimize resources and reduce waste. These are issues concerning us all. It is only through shared commitments and efforts that we will achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Our journey began in Milan in 2015. Following many months of preparation, the city was ready to host the Universal Expo on Feeding the Planet, Energy for Life, and to welcome mayors from over 100 cities worldwide, gathered to sign the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact.
3, 2, 1, sign!
The first ever international agreement on sustainable urban food systems was born. A document setting forth 37 recommended actions to inspire mayors and policymakers to tackle food-related challenges at the urban level.
The Milan Urban Food Policy Pact is more than an international declaration.
We, cities from all around the world, have agreed 5 years ago to develop local solutions for global issues.
We came together to sign the pact.
We have done a lot, but there is still a lot to be done.
Join us in our common effort to transform our food system.
We need to act now for our present and the generations to come. We owe this to our citizens and their well-being.
We owe this for the well-being of the planet, our home.
Together, we can achieve so much more.
Local solutions for global food issues.
We are the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact.
Thank you so much. It's good to have our attention back here, and I would want to recognize the presence of the various ministers, honorable ministers, excellencies. Thank you for your continued support and for your attention. Delegates from various countries and representatives of various international partners, thank you for continuing to stay with us, for staying with us for our children. You heard it at the end of the last panel. This is for them, and we're doing it for the future. And we cannot do it without the work of our local governments. They are crucial to the development of school meals, including innovation and experimentation with new approaches on food systems transformation. And at this point, I will then hand over to the moderator of this panel on localizing school meals and the new initiatives led by local governments, and that will be from the Secretariat of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact in Italy. I'm handing over to you. Have a wonderful session.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to this session, Localizing School Meals, a new initiative led by local governments. I'm Filippo Gavazzeni, head of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact Secretariat, and I'm delighted to be here with you and moderate this session. As you have seen from the introductory video, the Milan Pact is a thriving community of more than 270 mayors that committed to transforming the urban food system. From urban and peri-urban agriculture, from food aid, from markets and wholesale markets to food waste prevention. Mayors manage many levers, policies, and infrastructure to transform the food system. However, the most impactful one, because it enables mayors to achieve many objectives, it's the multiplier effect that Cristina Duarte mentioned yesterday, are school feeding programs. This is the reason why the majority of the city of the Milan Pact are managing these services for their local community. And today we have some most outstanding examples from all around the world about what cities are doing in school feeding. So let me introduce our prominent speaker today, starting from Ms. Anna Scavuzzo, Vice Mayor of Milan, in charge for food policy. His Excellency Sakaja Atte Johnson, Governor of the city of Nairobi. Mr. Jacob Nesea, Mayor of Children and Youth of the city of Copenhagen. Zelalem Mulatu, Deputy Mayor and Head of the Education Bureau of the city of Addis Ababa. And Ms. Marie Massard, Deputy Mayor of Montpellier. I will immediately leave the floor to the Vice Mayor of Milan, Anna Scavuzzo, who will briefly introduce the journey of Milan and the way forward to a city-led initiative. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Filippo. Thank you, Filippo, and thank you very much for hosting cities in such an important event, and also to let us the chance to come in presence once again. I'm honored to be here to open this important session together with my colleagues, part of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact community. And I would like to underline, first of all, as Filippo mentioned, and also in the video you had the chance to see, that we are a network of cities, led by a city, made up of cities focus on food. And this is very important because in some way it's a sort of DNA for us. We work together, starting from our community, together with our community. And so social engagement, activity together with the different parts and stakeholders of our city is a sort of habits for us. And I think it's very important in this environment and sharing goals together with you to have the chance to underline the importance also of our key role in appointing the goal we are sharing. After 8 years, the PAX, as Filippo mentioned, counts more 270 mayors working together all over the world with their difference, but also with a lot of activity they can do together. And this network, I would like to mention once again, as an holistic approach, exactly as mayor should have. I am responsible for food policy in my city, but I'm also responsible for education. I work together with my colleagues inside my city, and I work with my colleagues also outside. And I think it's very important also because if you don't have an holistic approach, you can't but avoid failing your goals. Being a city means that we manage first-hand variety of food system infrastructure. When you think of food meals, you think of schools, you think of teachers, you think of pupils, families, but also procurement, and everything is inside our cities, also canteens. And so starting from this responsibility, we have a sort of tradition in public school meals. First of all, Milan. I can also underline the importance of our history because we began in 1900 promoting access to school for all. I have the monument of the Mayor Mussi who started this tradition in our city. So we can be very important in the alliance between multi-level governments, and I think that we can sharing our experience and competence, making it more efficient pragmatically day by day. And so this is the reason why the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact decided to support and to join the school meal coalitions together with its network of cities. And we would like to develop from this appointment together a new initiative entirely dedicated to supporting local governments in starting or improving their local school meal programs. And I'm very proud to launch today the new initiative, Cities Fitting the Future, led by the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact for the next 3 years. I think that our goal, shared goal, should be to be responsible for guaranteeing that every child in our city has at least one healthy and nutritional meal on their plate every day. And I think that could be a very important goal, but we have to share this aim together. We need strong political commitment to succeed, and we can offer to you every pragmatical approach in our community. So we would like to create a group of school meals champion mayors that will help us to accelerate this initiative, sharing knowledge, best practices, and challenges. I think that could be a very good starting point altogether. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for taking the leadership on such a critical topic, and we will do our best. So let's now move to the city of Nairobi with the governor, Sakaja Johnson. You already anticipate something in the previous panel. I can remind all speakers to stay within 5 minutes. And my question to you, Governor, is about your, let's say, you're starting, you have started your school feeding program recently, and we would like to know more about how you are improving the quality of the school meals in your city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm wearing my real hat. You know, in the earlier panel, I was talking on behalf of the national government, and I'm not a minister. So I'm governor of Nairobi. And before I was elected governor of Nairobi, I was a senator of Nairobi. When I was senator of Nairobi, during the COVID pandemic, a few of the schools within the city of Nairobi, which is a city of 5 million people, different income status, a few of the public schools in the informal settlements had bouts of vandalism. And so a lot of the furniture in the schools, the desks, had been stolen. And so I gathered a few friends together and got some donations and went to some schools to donate desks. When I went to donate desks in a few of the schools, and I remember the particular moment in one of the schools, normally you'd go and the children get excited. They've seen a leader, a political leader, and they want to dance with you and they shout your name. And you ask them, and that happens a lot in Africa, and you ask them, so what would you like me to give to you? Normally they would say, give us a football to play with, or we want a school bus, or even some sweets. But on this day, they said they wanted food. When a child tells you they want food, they need food. And as a parent, my heart sank. And I started getting interested in how do we get food to these children in Nairobi County. And so I did my research. I looked at legislation around the world, in the US, in different countries, and I tried to introduce legislation in the Senate of Kenya. It went through the Senate, but it didn't go through the National Assembly. And so I committed and said, if I get elected as governor of Nairobi, that would be the first program that I would implement. Fortunately, I got elected last August and immediately set up the institutional structure for school feeding. And so created a sector, made sure it has gone through the processes in terms of our budget process, committed a lot of funds. There was a lot of resistance. I was taken to court. People try to say I'm performing a function that is not a function of my level of government. It's a function of a different level of government. I had to convince, players who had been benefiting from a system that is not designed to be efficient. Today, we are feeding 100,000 children every single day. When schools come back in January, 250,000 children in Nairobi will be receiving a hot meal every single day. What we've designed is a hub and spoke model, and we're working with implementing partners. We've built with our partners first the biggest kitchen on the continent of Africa that produces 60,000 plates per ton, 60,000 plates. And then, thank you. And in different parts of the city, I have 17 constituencies. Each of those constituencies will have a kitchen or have a kitchen that serves 10,000 meals. And so to get ownership of the community, those who are cooking for these children and who have been employed, I've employed 1,500 cooks and drivers, etc., because one kitchen then distributes food to the 10 other schools. It is the parents of these children. Today, if you come to Nairobi at 4 p.m. when the children are going back home, you will see children singing. You will see children celebrating. We give them 650 grams of a healthy, nutritious meal, and they don't finish their food. They take it back home. Because at home, their siblings. At home, sometimes their parents don't have food. In a country where people, there are elements of the society that struggle to put a meal on the table, today the stress levels of parents has gone down. Because whether or not they get a job during that day, or a gig, or an informal thing to do, they know at the back of their minds that at 4 cents, their child is getting a meal. So that is a program we have in Nairobi. I'm very happy and I'm glad to be here in Paris, because during the Africa Climate Summit, I was able to take Her High Excellency, the Minister for State for Development, Chrysoula, to one of the schools where we're feeding the children. And she was in a sea of 5,000 children dancing and singing. And the French government committed 1.4 million euros to add on to our program. It takes goodwill, but it takes, there's a cost to it. I would have put that money in other aspects of budget that are more politically, you'll get more points if you do it politically. We have put down 11 million euros annually. Part of it is to build the infrastructure. And we said we're doing green kitchens. We're using eco briquettes to cook. And 1.2 billion shillings, which is around, 90 million euros. 9 million euros is what we're using to subsidize the food. I think this is the best thing for us to do. We're securing the future. The outcomes of school feeding, I think we all know, but cities and local governments have the greater capacity to be the implementing agencies for feeding. We are nimbler. It's easier for us to make decisions. We're closer to the people. These are our citizens. These are our residents. I think there's a window of opportunity for the Schools Meal Coalition and for all our partners to focus more on local governments as implementing agencies. I think that is where we'll have a higher turnover. Thank you. Let me leave it at that.
Thank you.
One aspect I forgot to mention. I'm wearing 2 watches, not because I'm flashy. This watch is written tap to it. We're using technology. This is a technology that every child in Nairobi is wearing. When they come to school, it's an NFC device. We're able to check with the phone whether they're enrolled on the program, whether they ate the day before, and to have the data, because the background data is very important for our planning. And so we're embedding technology, but it gives us more than just technology. The children feel a sense of identity. And so they don't take it off, even when they go back home. Even during the weekends, they're still wearing these watches because now they believe that they belong to something bigger than themselves. And they believe in government again, that you can have a government and leaders who care about them. You know, I think that must be one of the success indicators that we must put in school feeding. Happier people, smiles on our children, and a sense of identity for
I think, Filippo, that we have the first the champion mayors for our alliance and for cities feeding in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I took note that we have to be there around 4 o'clock, so it sounds like an official invitation. Okay. Thank you so much, Governor. This, well, I have nothing else to add. It's inspirational and very tangible at the same time, so thank you so much. Let's now move to the city of Copenhagen with the Mayor for Children and Youth, Mr. Jacob Nesser. I know that in your cities, you are being able to ensure healthy and nutritious food in schools with a great, let's say, role of your public procurement. So can you elaborate more about what you are doing on public procurement? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. That is true. In Copenhagen, we have a political ambition to reach 90% organic in our public meals. Right now, we are at 87%. This has only been possible because we have the political goals influence the public procurement. Our buying strategy has, when making agreement with suppliers, focused on several aspects: reducing food waste, and we would like to reduce with 50% from 2021 to 2030. Reducing food waste by giving advanced notice regarding what we buy, minimizing packaging, and securing green transport. All this happens in collaboration with our suppliers. These are just some of the political ambitions that have been fulfilled with the procurement. We also buy according to season and ensure diversity in fruit and vegetables in the contract. An apple is not just an apple. We need many different kinds to secure our biodiversity. We also have a contract with a farmer delivering potatoes to the school meals. According to the contract, the farmer make a video on YouTube telling about how it is to be a farmer, how he grows potatoes in the fields, and how he grows them in a pot. The kid also receive a pot where they plant a potato. They bring it home, watch it grow, and they get soil on their hands. This has been a success as the kids have a better understanding of what it takes to produce the food, which they normally just buy from the supermarket. We'll keep on doing this kinds of contracts in other areas, such as legumes and dairy produce. We also educate kids how to cook meals in school. It is by the law that kids must attend cooking lessons once a week as a minimum 1 year during the school time. when they are 11 to 12 years old. Public meal in Copenhagen cover 10% of the publications. This is possible to buy a school meal at all our 70 schools, but 20 of these are food schools. Here the kids enter the kitchen one full week and participate together with the kitchen staff to prepare meals to serve for the rest of the school. We found that many more eat a school meal when they are served at the food schools. To make sure that the food is tasty, we educate our kitchen staff. They learn how to cook more plant-based meals that are healthy and tasty and eaten by the children. Without the kitchen staff cooking delicious meals that are served and eaten every day by the kids, we would not have achieved our goals. Luckily, we have a fantastic kitchen staff, 1,100 people, and they are employed by the city. Once a year, we celebrate the kitchen staff at dinner with a dinner party, and they get a trophy when they reach 90% organic and commit to keep on reaching it. To change, we have a good supplier supporting by the public, good public procurement with all political goals. We need kitchen staff cooking high quality, safe and nutritious school meals that are so tasty that the meals will be eaten by the children. My primary goal is to build the best city for children to grow up in. This includes that your children not being hungry. When the kids have full stomach at school, they'll be ready to learn. And Mrs. Deputy Mayor of Milan, you can count me and my staff support to the program City Feeding the Future.
Thank you so much. So we are happy to count on your support. You mentioned many aspects, starting from procurement, education, good food, jobs, organic, and many more. It's again the multiplier effect. Thank you. So let's now move to the city of Addis Ababa, that in 2019 launched a pilot program that now has become systemic and involving now more than 500,000 students. So I would like to ask to Dr. Zelalem Mulatu, which is Deputy Mayor Head of the Education Bureau, if you can tell us how you have been able to grow this program in your city and how this has positively impacted your community.
Thank you so much. I would love to thank the organizers for inviting our city to share our experience regarding the how to localize the school feeding program. And we are also considered this event as, a great moment for us, is because it is a kind of reward for what we did so far, and also it serves as, a courage for our future endeavor. Therefore, we are really grateful for, having us here and for hosting us, and also take a good lesson from different plenaries what we had so far. As you heard of it, our city, Mayor spoke out yesterday. Our city is the premium city in the country, served as a political and economic capital of the nation. And also the city is served as the seat of the African Union, and also the hub of different diplomatic center. And we had hundreds of different embassies. And on the top of this, our city has a policy that restricted the rural-urban migration. So this and other factor has complicated the education system of our country. And we try to see how are you going to transform the education system of the city following the national political reforms. Then we carried out a very intensive and comprehensive study to alleviate the problems that surround in the education system of our city. as a result of which the study has founded 4 major areas of intervention. The first one is the school feeding, which is the subject of under discussion of this summit. That includes the school feeding program, includes not only the meals twice of a day, but also educational materials that students are in need of these products. The first intervention area is the school feeding. The second is the school agriculture. So we have very vast schools with untouchable land area, and as a result, we used to pass the area without having any purpose in a school. So we restructure the system and reform our education. Then ample amount of arable land has been considered as an input for school feeding, and created as well the job opportunity for parents of the student. And parent and student at the same time, they were hired as in a catering system of the school meal. The student will have a double advantage there. They fed from their mother, they get raw material from their mother, they pass their time in the school with their mothers. Therefore, it is psychological and a social security area. Then school become now an area of where livelihood is secured in an area where especially the low-income residence area. So not only this, our system is education system is especially pre-primary and primary are free and obligatory. This means that the government has a responsibility and an obligation to avail for the student the basic education and other equipment and the foods that forced our student to be dropped out from the school, and low survival of the student in the school. Not only this, less attention were there at the end of, because before the intervention of the school reform program. So after having the school feeding program, the performance of a student has drastically changed. And their attention to remain the school is also become high and highly motivated. And at the same time, the school dropout and absenteeism become zero. We can conclude like this. Therefore, it's really helpful and impactful for improving school leadership, and the qualities of education has been drastically changed in our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much again for taking the leadership and how you have been able exploiting, let's say, the education reform. We discussed about the deep connection among education and the school meals also in the previous panel. So let's now move to the city of Montpellier with the Deputy Mayor Marie Massart. I would like to ask you how you have been able to support the local economy through school canteens, providing healthier and also organic meals to your children. Thank you.
Alors, merci. Donc les villes ont un pouvoir important pour agir sur les politiques alimentaires, soit de manière directe, soit de manière indirecte. Et les politiques publiques qu'elles mettent en œuvre répondent à la fois à des enjeux environnementaux, des enjeux sociaux, des enjeux de santé, des enjeux éducatifs, économiques et de conditions animales. Alors les objectifs politiques qu'on s'est fixés à Montpellier pour l'alimentation scolaire, c'est tout d'abord de rendre accessible une alimentation saine, de qualité et durable pour le plus grand nombre. Et pour ça, ça passe par une tarification sociale, par exemple, en fonction des revenus, et aussi une grande variété de menus qui vont être proposés. Par exemple, nous proposons des menus sans viande, des menus sans porc et des menus végétariens. Nous avons aussi des objectifs donc pour déterminer la qualité, c'est des produits essentiellement bio, des produits locaux, des produits faits maison pour l'essentiel, des produits qui limitent les aliments ultra transformés, qui limitent les produits d'origine animaux et les produits issus d'élevage intensif. Alors nous nous sommes fixés à Montpellier un objectif d'atteindre 100% de produits bio et ou locaux d'ici 2026. On aimerait bien les deux, mais sur le territoire, c'est pas possible. Actuellement, nous sommes à 52% de produits bio et ou locaux, donc 42% de produits bio exclusivement. Et nous progressons progressivement. Un deuxième objectif qu'on s'est fixé, c'est de faire évoluer les comportements alimentaires dans les familles, en intégrant véritablement l'enfant à son territoire pour faire évoluer les comportements alimentaires. Donc aujourd'hui à Montpellier, donc je l'ai dit sur la part de bio, nous avons également une option quotidienne végétarienne. Donc ceux qui veulent manger végétarien tous les jours, c'est possible. Nous faisons 6 repas végétariens par mois pour tous les enfants, dont 2 sans aucune protéine animale. Donc c'est aussi une vertu d'exemplarité pour montrer qu'il est possible de manger différemment et d'avoir un impact réduit sur notre environnement et de tenir compte aussi de la condition animale. Alors nous avons aussi développé de nombreuses actions pédagogiques, par exemple des ateliers de sensibilisation dans les écoles, de sensibilisation au goût, où on fait fabriquer des menus par les enfants. Nous avons aussi mis en œuvre un livret pédagogique pour apprendre les métiers de l'agriculture, avec une remise de diplôme pour valoriser auprès des enfants. Nous avons développé des potagers dans les écoles. Nous avons mis en place un spectacle ludique et pédagogique autour de l'alimentation. Et nous faisons intervenir aussi des producteurs dans les écoles où nous emmenons les enfants aussi dans les producteurs. Et nous prévoyons aussi de donner des cours de cuisine aux enfants. Ça, c'est pas encore, mais on aura un camion cuisine pédagogique qui ira dans les écoles pour donner des cours de cuisine aux enfants directement dans les écoles en lien avec les enseignants. Alors le levier de la restauration scolaire, il est important pour structurer les filières locales et puis pour favoriser l'installation aussi d'ateliers de transformation alimentaire, parce qu'on pense souvent à la production, mais la transformation, elle est très importante aussi pour pouvoir avoir tout le circuit de l'alimentation qui reste sur le territoire. Nous, ville de Montpellier, c'est 15 000 repas par jour. Donc c'est 5 à 7 tonnes de marchandises qui arrivent tous les jours, donc ça représente un volume important. Et nous avons embarqué avec nous dans des réunions de structuration des filières d'autres gros acheteurs publics comme les hôpitaux, le Crous pour les étudiants, mais aussi les collèges et les lycées, et ça représente à nous tous 80 000 repas par jour. Donc ça nous permet vraiment collectivement de travailler avec les producteurs, avec les filières locales pour véritablement les structurer. Alors pour aller un peu plus loin sur comment nous faisons pour structurer ces filières locales, il faut savoir qu'en France et en Europe d'ailleurs, nous avons une réglementation européenne qui ne nous permet pas dans les marchés publics de préciser qu'on veut de l'achat local, ce qui est pour l'alimentation un peu gênant. Alors nous avons d'autres manières par les marchés publics d'avoir de l'alimentation locale. Nous avons une politique donc offensive d'achat public. Nous faisons du sourcing, c'est-à-dire que nous allons voir les producteurs, les transformateurs, nous travaillons avec eux au quotidien pour qu'ils puissent fournir les cantines scolaires. Nous accompagnons certaines entreprises comme une légumerie sur Montpellier. Nous avons découpé nos appels d'offres en petits lots. Nous avons 103 lots à Montpellier pour que les petits producteurs puissent répondre à nos appels d'offres. Et nous avons des critères de qualité importants puisque dans nos appels d'offres, nous avons 80% sur la qualité et 20% seulement sur le prix. Donc nous n'allons pas chercher les produits les moins chers possibles, mais les produits qui ont le plus de qualité possible. Et nous avons aussi augmenté notre budget alimentaire, même si nous souffrons comme tout le monde de l'inflation. Nous avons en plus de ça augmenté les budgets pour augmenter notre part de bio dans les produits que nous distribuons dans les cantines. Donc voilà très rapidement, et je tenais vraiment à vous remercier aussi pour l'initiative, et vous pouvez véritablement compter sur Montpellier pour continuer à travailler sur ces questions-là. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor, for your support and congratulations for what you have achieved. We have just heard other, let's say, important aspect on how city can have an impact. I would like to know now from the Vice Mayor of Milan, because you mentioned that Milan is a very long tradition of school meal services. In your previous speech, you talk about the Milan Pact and the initiative. So I just would like to ask you about different excellence aspect of the service. If you have to choose one, what would it be? If you can stay in 2 minutes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I have a lot of things to do, but it will be hours of discussion, so I choose just one. The school meals in the environment. Thank you. Also because we have measured and we have an assessment of this impact. And I think it's very important that because in some way we have the chance to go beyond the goal. The goal was to reduce CO2 equivalent emission by 25% by 2030, starting from a baseline measurement in 2015, acting on procurement. So you have to choose what kind of a food to buy and to prepare. And analysis in 2021, so 9 years we can work alone, stated that we have more than 42% decrease in CO2 equivalent emissions. So a very important statement, and also Montpellier underlined the importance of this activity. And I think that this is great to a very important partnership we had with the World Resource Institute through something called Cool Food Pledge. And so food system and food policy goes to school, and I think that it's another important goal that we can share together with our governments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. This is also another important impact of our, when we decide what to buy and what to give to our children. So this is also another aspect that we would like to put at the service of cities interested to understand how you have achieved this. Unfortunately, there's not much enough time for the second round of questions. I'm sorry, but you have already, let's say, gave us many insight from this first round. So thank you for sharing with us these super successful stories. We saw how through different models, levers, approaches, strengths, and also challenges, mayors have been able to provide healthy and nutritious food in their schools. It's not coincidence that we have these cities here represented. They have distinguished themselves to have won in the last 3-4 years a Milan Pact Award, who in 2019, who in 2022. Thank you for being part of this first cohort of champion mayors, and thank you for supporting this new initiative. As I mentioned, more than half of signatory cities of the Milan Pact manage directly or indirectly school feeding programs. So we have also many more good stories to share. We have cities that want to improve and to learn, and also we have cities that want to start to kick off their service for the first time. So that's why the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact partnered with the School Meal Coalition to develop this city-led initiative able to respond to these needs. As the Vice Mayor announced, Cities Feeding the Future initiative will feature 4 pillars. The first one is championing, and we had a very good experience today together. So through the creation of this cohort of champion mayors, we will share good examples and disseminate practices for interest cities. Then number 2, capacity building. So we will support cities with the specific learning needs to start and scale their school feeding programs. Third, advocacy. We will advocate the international food agenda about the importance of school feeding programs and the role of cities in it. And at the same time, we will organize national dialogues in order to connect cities that are managing school feeding programs on their governments. And lastly, research. So we will reinforce the consensus around school feeding through the publication of literature and evidence-based research through the experience of cities. Of course, with these activities, we will work in strong relation with the School Meal Coalition Secretariat, which I thank you very much for having organized this very important today, together with the hosting country, France. We will work together with the Research Consortium, the Sustainable Finance Initiative, and the Data and Monitoring Initiative. So it will be 3 years of really intense work, I think. But I'm sure that we can count on the support of our extraordinary community. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was a real pleasure listening to you intently. And what is fantastic is to see the determination of municipalities, of cities. I'm going home with a story from Nairobi that I'm going to tell for a long time. And what I've heard about Copenhagen is something that I'll keep as well. And if I do meet a mayor from another city, I'll tell them the story of how that is working. And your inspiration from Milan, taking this forward, just as a personal point, my daughter is a big fan of the city of Milan. So there's something I'm taking home as well from today, is that I have seen the deputy mayor of Milan, and then I know that they are working on things which are very useful for the future of the world. And Montpellier, des idées, des innovations, des choses qui vont changer, pas simplement la façon que les enfants se nourrissent à l'école, mais aussi la planète. Et c'est très important ce que vous avez partagé avec nous aujourd'hui. Donc, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Addis Ababa, we heard from what you said, from what the mayor said yesterday, and today we could feel it even more, how it happens practically. Thank you so much, and we'll be grateful if you can move out of the stage from this direction. It allows us to move to the next. Thank you. As our panelists take leave of us at this moment, we are now moving into the last plenary session before we go off to lunch. And may I use the opportunity while we're getting settled just to ask all of us to have a round of applause for all the panels that have been here this morning. They've respected time. The discussions and sessions we have had and that we've had so far, and as you can see, they fill me with this excitement, and they give me this enthusiasm to feel that there is something great to be achieved. I think that's only the beginning. We heard from the municipalities, from the mayors. We need to take that further. And we are going to look at breaking new ground as the coalition evolves. And in terms of breaking new ground, we're going to be listening to not just municipalities this time, we're going to listen to members of parliament also bring that aspect of things. So let me hand over the floor to Mr. Joseph Nath O'Reilly, who is the Executive Director of the International Parliamentary Network for Education, and who is our moderator of the next session. And this session, I must remind you, is about breaking new ground as this coalition evolves. So it's over to you.
Thank you very much. And above all, thank you to all of you who have stuck with us this morning. I know it's been a long morning. There's been a lot of interesting content, which I'm sure has kept you with us. But we deprived you of your mid-morning snack, which we ought not to do, right? So we appreciate that so much. And I promise that we will fly through this and that we've got a lovely lunch for you to reward you for your efforts. So thank you. I wanted to start today, though, acknowledging something. And that is that I've spoken to a lot of you over the last couple of days, and we all came, if I'm honest, to this meeting with heavy hearts, didn't we? There's a lot going on in the world. Everywhere we turn, there are terrible things happening. From the terrible conflict in Israel and Palestine to the fact that we are approaching the second anniversary of the war in Ukraine, to the observation that President Castro made yesterday, that we seem to be able to find money to wage wars, but not to support human development. And what's more, of course, at the back of all of that is the existential challenge posed by climate change. I mean, even as I reel through them, I have to take a breath because there's a lot happening that it's hard to find hope in. But what I wanted to do is draw the link between that and acknowledge it, because sometimes we have to acknowledge the challenges that we face and how difficult things are, but also capture the hope that we have borne over the last couple of days. And what strikes me so much is that what we're talking about is a solution, at least in part, to so many of those challenges. And not just that, because sometimes we know what the solutions are, but we don't see much progress. On this issue, we're making progress. Carmen started yesterday by reminding us that all those children whose schools were stopped during COVID didn't receive a school meal. But since then, more children are now receiving school meals than prior to COVID. There aren't too many social services that have been able to rack up or to that level of achievement. There are not too many things in the world which have got better than they were before COVID, because we're still struggling. And that's something to celebrate. And what's more, buoyed by that, we've seen new commitments, new partners join the coalition to accelerate that very progress. So it is a difficult world sometimes, but there is hope, and some of that hope is in the movement to give every child, every day, a nutritious meal at school. What could be better? What could be a better movement to be part of? Because it's both positive, it's happening, and it's transformative. And I commend you for being here, for staying with us all morning, but most importantly, for being part of this effort. And I want to commend all of the panelists for what they're about to tell you, which is we're crowding in even more support. Today's session, this session, is about new things that you haven't already heard about, but evidence of more action in support of school meals, and that's very, very exciting. And I want to start with our colleagues from civil society. We've heard from government, we've heard from other partners, but we also know that school meals are delivered by and advocated for civil society. People out in the community want school meals and they're part of delivering them. So I'm really excited to welcome our colleagues from Plan International and World Vision today, Andrew and Kathleen, and they're going to tell us a little bit about what they as organisations are doing in respect of school meals, and also talk about a little initiative which they've been part of, which is bringing civil society together under the banner of the School Meals Coalition to do more work on this very issue. So Andrew, I want to start with you and just ask you to tell us a little bit about what World Vision's doing around the world in support of school meals.
Thank you. And it's a real privilege to be with you this morning. One of the reasons I've travelled here, and you can imagine that we're quite busy at the moment. One of the reasons I've travelled here and Kathleen's travelled here amongst all the turmoil is because we're committed and we're passionate about school meals. And so this is something we believe, as you say, we genuinely believe can change the world. To put it into perspective, World Vision delivers 1 million school meals a year. So that's lots. That's a very significant programming. And for us, we work across many different programs. This is one of our key signature programs. And I just want to talk to you about some of the specific countries that we're working with and some of the changes that we've made there. So first of all, in Burundi, anyone here from Burundi? Nice to meet you. It's great to see you. Well, great partners of ours. We work with smallholder farmers in Burundi. And what's interesting about school meals is for us, it's not just the meal, it's the local community development that we do at the same time. And we work with 150 schools and 150,000 students. And we're helping them to understand what a nutritious meal looks like. In Mozambique, we're working with We've been working for 13 years, and there we deliver to nearly 100,000 children. Anyone from Mozambique? Yeah, hello, nice to see you, Mozambique. It's great to see you. And in Rwanda, we've had a long association in Rwanda. We've delivered water to 1 million people in Rwanda in the last couple of years, and part of that is delivering water to schools as part of our school meals program assistance. And the government in Rwanda are now rolling out the program themselves after we've been working with them. But my final point, I just want to talk to you about a school in DRC. I visited this school last year. It's in North Kivu precinct, and I met a child called Andrew, and my name's Andrew, so he made me smile, and we had a joke about having the same name. And he told me that just 2 years ago he couldn't go to school because he was unable to work because he was lethargic and he just couldn't focus. So his family wanted him to work in the field instead. And because of the school meal program that we put in place together with Plan and together with World Food Program, he's changed and he's now learning. So we do transform people's lives. Thank you.
Amazing to hear, and thank you for being part of that effort. So Kathleen, Plan International, tell us about what you're doing in respect of school meals. It'll work.
It's on. And also just love to share the stage with Andrew and World Vision. We're doing so much work together. For those who don't know, Plan, we're a dual mandate organization focused both on the development space and the humanitarian space. We focus on girls in crisis and girls' rights in about 80 plus countries. Plan is a partner with governments around the world related to food feeding programs. And I particularly want to use our time to talk a little bit about school gardens. We feel that this is one of the best examples to combat child hunger, but to ensure that children lead, learn, decide, and thrive. So I want to just show a couple examples. I saw we have Sierra Leone in the room today. Let's see, yes, in the front row. Thank you, thank you. Plan, one of our first projects is with the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education in Sierra Leone. We have been in the past year working on a joint program serving 300,000 meals a day to children. And in this year, we've been looking at homegrown models that really extend the production process and into the schools itself. And one of the really amazing parts about school gardens is the ability to be able to partner with women-owned businesses as we look at purchasing commodities that accompany the school feeding programs. And also partnering with the caretakers. Part of the programming work that we have in the caretakers of school gardens is to provide technical assistance and capacity building, to provide garden prep and seed testing. And we're really looking forward to expanding this work in 30 other communities, including water harvesting and parent involvement as well. So that's one example. A second is our work in Cambodia. Do we have anyone we have a few folks. Oh yes, in the second row, here we go. Our School Gardens joint project is really an extension of the classroom. In this case, it's a wonderful example around bringing real-world context to STEM subjects. So really providing training to children and young people around the latest agriculture techniques, including hydroponics, and really making that really great connection between school meals and learning. And then just my last point is around school gardens in rural and conflict-affected settings. School gardens is not only a local option, provides consistent food supply, but it provides a resilience to disruption during conflict. And really, it's also another incentive for obviously schools to stay open and children to be able to remain in those conflict settings. So those are just a few examples from Plan.
Great to hear both of those examples from each of you. So in addition to what you're doing on the ground in supporting the delivery of school meals, both of your organisations have been involved in issuing a call to action this week, a civil society call to action, which over 100 other civil society organisations have supported, which is amazing. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yep, happy to. So the idea is that we try to bring civil society together to help them to facilitate school meals, but also to hold governments to account. And we can help by building local advocacy and building regional advocacy to ensure that the meals are being delivered well. And we can do that when we come together as civil society. And we're trying to lay down logos and egos and work together for the child.
Perfect. Kathleen, do you want to say anything further before we move on?
No, absolutely. I mean, one, we're really excited about World Vision and Plan's commitment to lead the call to action and to help galvanize CSOs together. While there's 100 CSOs that have signed on, there's a few of you that haven't signed on yet in the room with your green badges. I think we have our dear colleague Amanda in the back. Amanda, can you raise your hand? Amanda's helping to coordinate. So if you're interested in joining the call to action, there is still time. We brainstormed yesterday. We brought together a lot of the CSOs yesterday to think about how can we be supportive of governments? How can we help? And so some of the ideas we thought about and we'll be brainstorming together is around seed funding. How can we select a few countries to be able to help provide advocacy and technical assistance, capacity building and partnerships? We talked about how do we bring accountability mechanisms, both at the grassroots level and into these global spaces? And how can we, as 100+ CSOs, come together to help provide to governments policy and advocacy toolkits, case studies, media attention, and really lift up those governments that are really delivering on commitments. And just two other just quick points on the call to action. The call to action also brings, I think, a focus on ensuring that we are reaching those that need it most. And I'll just end with this one point. We heard this yesterday, that for the children that need access to school feeding programs in lower income countries, we're only reaching 18%. And at a global level, 40%, and at a higher income level, 60%. So the call to action is really to help bring that 18% up. So I'll end with that.
Right, well, we absolutely love that, because what we want to focus on is the furthest behind and make sure that no child is left behind. So we need the most progress in those areas where we're seeing the least progress. Great. So that's a great segue to our next two speakers, because civil society's call to action is about coalescing and coordinating and growing the demand from communities. And some of that demand, of course, will be directed to parliaments and parliamentarians who represent those constituencies in the national parliaments. And I'm delighted that we have today with us two members of parliament, both members of the International Parliamentary Network for Education, which is working on this issue, Neema Lugangira from Tanzania and Peter Notsukoto from Ghana. And Neema, I'm going to start with you first. Very simply, why are you an advocate for school meals?
Good morning, everyone. First of all, special thanks to the School Meals Coalition and WFP for giving us the opportunity to be here, because oftentimes in these discussions, members of parliament are left out. So it's very happy to note that School Meals Coalition and the WFP recognize the importance of parliamentarians, and I'm very happy to be here. I must also commend our President, Her Excellency, President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, who is a true champion of nutrition in Tanzania. And that's one of the reasons that I am also a huge champion of nutrition. But alongside that, before being a parliamentarian, I was working in the agricultural sector, advocating for policy change. And one of the things I came to realize is that the agricultural sector focuses on food security and excludes nutrition security. So there's a lot of focus on production for selling and not production for consumption, which is why you find in many African countries, food basket regions have a high level of malnutrition. And that is no different even in Tanzania. And then that took my interest further, like, why is that the case? And I came to find out, shockingly, the region that I come from, Kagera, is the region that hosts the highest number of actual stunted children. Although we have very arable land, we have 2 rainfall seasons, so it doesn't make sense. Why should we be in that situation? So that led me to my interest and commitment to champion issues of nutrition. And I got a further understanding that although oftentimes when there are bad results in schools, blame is put on teachers, and most governments tend to focus on infrastructure investments, desks, classrooms, etc. But there's a huge link between nutrition and human capital development. And to me, coming from a developing country, I understand the importance of us investing in the human capital development. And our human capital is our people. And if our people are not raised in such a way that they can, blossom, which needs nutrition. So those are just some of the few reasons why I champion nutrition.
That's a very compelling answer to the question. And it really sets out some of the case for school feeding, right? And for school meals, which I think is so powerful. Also want to pay tribute to Neema because Tanzania as a country has joined the School Meals Coalition. It doesn't have a national school meals program, but I understand that's its aspiration. But certainly we talked about this. Neema went back, did some advocacy to the president, and that was instrumental in getting Tanzania to join the coalition, which I think is proof purchase of what parliamentarians can do. So today we've heard a lot, and yesterday we've heard a lot from governments. The last session was hearing from local government. We've heard from ministries and civil society, but an important part of this picture in accelerating progress around school meals is in fact parliaments. So apart from advocating to your government to join the School Meals Coalition, tell us a little bit more about what parliamentarians can do and what you've been doing.
When we talk about parliamentarians, we have one of the most crucial roles that is being discussed here today, the finance part. We're the ones who pass government budgets and have oversight of government's budgets. So when I got sworn into parliament, it was November 2020, nutrition wasn't much of an agenda being discussed on the floor. But I can tell you today, we have more than 50 MPs who are always constantly talking about nutrition, because any chance that I got to speak, even if it was to do with defense, I would find a way to put in nutrition. Because if people are hungry, it's a security issue, right? So we have that role. And therefore, it's important, though, for us to be capacitated to understand how to link nutrition and the importance and the impact nutrition has on all other government budgets. That is why an organization like IPNED is very crucial, the International Parliamentary Network on Education, because it provides us as parliamentarians the technicalities of knowing how to advocate, but also how to mobilize and build case for nutrition. So very quickly, an initiative that I've been doing since being a member of parliament is, number one, the Minister of Agriculture has set up a national school meals guideline, kind of as a base to show how the government will go about the issue of school meals. But secondly, as Joseph mentioned, Tanzania joined the School Meals Coalition last year. And thirdly, right now, something that I'm working on with our local government in Bukoba is to do a pilot of school meals. Through an NGO that I founded, we're currently working with 44 schools. And the approach that we're taking is a more sustainability one, whereby having school gardens and school farming and recognizing that some parents are not able to contribute financially. For example, the region that I come from, the GDP, the average income per person is $1.5 a day. So you cannot expect this parent, they will be able to contribute to school meal program for their child. So we also have to recognize those differences in local government. So we've come up with an initiative of trying to find a more sustainable approach by doing school gardens, school farming, and seeing how parents and communities can also contribute to that program. So, and through my efforts as a member of parliament, we've been able to mobilize the support and buy-in from the community, the local government leaders, the teachers, the parents, and most importantly, the political leaders. Now, to sign off, one of my biggest and most proudest achievement is, although I come from the ruling party, CCM, in our election in 2020, I was able to advocate, mobilize, and convince 3 political parties, including 2 of our opposition parties, to prioritize nutrition in their election manifestos. Because let me tell you one thing, all technocrats can do and say what they want, but with politicians, if it's not in our election manifesto, we're not going to prioritize it. Thank you.
Brilliant. I definitely think that deserves a clap. And it's an important principle which Neema illuminated there, and that is the work that we do, but also that civil society supports, is always cross-party, right? Ministers who are here will come from particular parties. As Neema says, she comes from the government party in Tanzania. But what we're trying to do is identify those areas where we can create common cause. And education for children, the love of children that we were talking about earlier, and ensuring that children have a healthy meal at school every day surely is one of those issues. And that's what we're committed to, generating a political consensus that this is something that everyone should support. So let's fly across the African continent from East Africa to West Africa and bring in Peter Notsukoto from Ghana. Peter is the ranking member in the Parliament on Education. We would sometimes say the Shadow Minister for Education. And in contrast to Tanzania, Ghana does have a national school meals program. When I was there though, we talked openly with both government and the implementer and the World Food Programme and civil society about some of the challenges it faces. And I know, Peter, that you're aware of some of those challenges, and that what we've talked about and many people suggested was that one of the ways to address those challenges is through legislation, a function which only Parliament has, which is unique to Parliament, and that is providing the program with a basis in law. So, Peter, can you say a little bit more about that?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. As he said, well, I belong to the opposition in Parliament, and it is our duty to put government on its toes. Unfortunately, Ghana is yet to sign on to the coalition. I've seen a lot, I've heard a lot happening here for these 2 days, and it is my hope that when I get back, my Minister for Education will listen to me so that Ghana can sign on to the coalition. Yeah, school feeding is an important event in the life of every country and every child. I remember when I was a child, I had to walk 4 kilometers a day to school. You leave very early in the morning. Parents were asked to contribute food stuffs like cocoyam, plantain. Then in the afternoon, the school authorities will cook for you. Then you have a joint meal. That's what we were doing. So in 2007, Ghana started the school feeding program, at least to make sure that pupils in the primary school had at least 1 hot meal a day. The program was supported by Danish International Development Agency for 4 years, but for now, Ghana is fully funding the program. We have about 3.8 million children who are on the program, out of the 4.5 million primary school children. Ghana has 2 levels of a school feeding program, one at the primary level and the other at the secondary level. But my concern has been that of the primary level. As you really said, we have some challenges in the implementation of the program. And currently, I'm a member of the committee that is investigating the challenges and see what we can do so that we bring back the school feeding program online, because we have discovered that it is not being managed well. So one of our recommendations so far is that we should make sure there's a legal framework to make sure that it is an agency and it is well fenced, so that budgetary allocations are not diverted. Monies meant for the school feeding program go directly to the school feeding program agency instead of going through the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection, which is in charge of that agency. So legislation is one of our priorities, and though government may not be interested in passing the legislation, as minority members, we are trying what we call a private members bill, so that if it is passed by Parliament, it will be binding on government to make sure that that law takes effect, so that we can protect the program and make it more friendly, we can make it more accessible, so that every child in Ghana, by our declaration, that by 2030, every primary school child in the country, that is Ghana, should benefit from the school feeding program.
Perfect. Thank you, Peter. And I think that, this, I think, reflects the common cause that can be built between civil society and parliamentarians to improve school meals programs where they already exist, create them where they don't, including giving them a legislative basis, ensuring the financing is happening, and as both colleagues said, ensuring that governments are delivering against their legislation and their policy. This is absolutely crucial and a very important part of this work. Nima, on the legislative front, I just want to bring you back in again. What's your sense of the importance of that in the context that you're working?
Very quickly, what I can say, our president, Her Excellency President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, when she was a vice president, she introduced budgetary requirements on nutrition. And it was said as every local government should budget about 1,000 shillings per child from their own income source. So that's the legislation, it's there and it's happening. But one thing that I can say, which I'm trying to push right now, is even if it's in the law and the budget is set, the budget needs to be ring-fenced legally. It has to be ring-fenced, because when the budget is not ring-fenced, what happens is whenever there's a little crisis or there is a need of funding, the first funding that will be touched is the nutrition one. So what I can, advocate and reaffirm is that, and tell my brother from Ghana, the idea and all other CSOs and everybody, nutrition budget has to be ring-fenced. Thank you.
So those of you at the back of the room or who are watching online won't have seen the nods and yeses from ministers sitting at the front of the room. I'm not going to name them because they might get into trouble. But my good friend, the minister from South Sudan, she talks about the importance of parliamentary demand for education. We've talked about this many times. She's such a powerful advocate on this issue. And the minister from Sierra Leone was nodding vigorously in respect of Nima's points about saying that the legislation and the funding needed to be ring-fenced. Sounds like that's something she'd like her parliament to do there, right? So this is the point, right? These are about coalitions that we're pulling together, parliamentarians with an interest, cross-party, to help the ministers and the governments deliver on their priorities, with the support, crucially, of civil society, who should be out there demanding these things, bringing the voice to Parliament so that they know. Just to say, sometimes I think in this world, one of the things that we find as a parliamentary network is that people don't really understand the work very well, don't understand how to work with parliamentarians. So let me just say quickly, parliamentarians are advocates. They speak up for these issues. And we know that the more these issues, education, nutrition, child development, are talked about in Parliament, the more they will be regarded as a priority. Too often we talk about the wars we're waging and not the development of our citizens. So that's the first thing. In addition to advocacy, parliamentarians have this unique role of creating a legal basis for work. So legislation is something. They also, all parliaments, have a role in financing, either in approving the appropriations or in monitoring them. And so that's crucial. And then finally, Parliament monitors what government does. So those are all crucial functions, and our job as a network is to support these parliamentarians to perform those functions better, with more information, with more support, and with the tools to do so. And one of the things I just want to announce today that IPNED is doing is it is publishing a toolkit for parliamentarians on school feeding. It will set out the case for school feeding, which we've heard so much about in the last couple of days, but also taking each of those functions, share with parliamentarians what they can do to be better advocates, what legislation can look like, how to support better financing for school meals, and finally, how to help hold governments to account for their school meals policies and programs. So that's what will be there. It'll be a global public good that parliamentarians can use, and we're also hoping that civil society will find it useful in their work with parliaments around the world on this issue as well. So we thank our two parliamentary members today for being part of this panel. Fantastic. So we also have, at the end of the respective ends of our panel today, our two colleagues who are going to share some announcements with us. And I want to bring in Heidi Kessler first. Heidi's the Deputy Director of the Global Child Nutrition Foundation, and they've got some plans for next year, which Heidi's going to tell us about. Use your microphone.
Thank you.
We're good at sharing. We'll share ours.
Appreciate it. Thank you. As a little bit of background, Global Child Nutrition Foundation is a small NGO based in the United States working globally. For the past 20 years, our sole focus, year in and year out, has been supporting governments and their partners, ensuring that they have the knowledge, tools, and connections that they need to expand high-quality school meal programs. One of the ways that we do this is through the Global Child Nutrition Forum, a multi-day conference held in a different country each time, bringing together governments and their partners for a peer-to-peer exchange on the pressing issues relevant to school meal programs today. I'm pleased to announce that the next forum is offered in support of the School Meal Coalition members and is an official part of the School Meals Coalition calendar and is projected to be held in late 2024. It will be the 24th edition of the event. The 4-day program will provide an in-depth look at the host country's program as we visit local schools to see the program in action and gain ideas and examples that we can bring home and think about applying to our own contexts. Many of you have attended past forums. Upon reflection, I think of a special moment in 2019 in Cambodia, when on the stage I looked up and there stood the largest school meal program in the world, India, right next to the smallest school meal program in the world, Palau. Palau and India on that stage found opportunity and alignment to exchange information and to learn from each other. That's what can happen at a global event. Many of you attended the forum in 2022, co-hosted by the Republic of Benin. It has been impressive to see the acceleration of their national integrated program since the forum. In 2024, the content is going to be focused on helping governments implement the commitments that they have made here today and previously. I don't think of the commitments as commitments to the School Meals Coalition. The commitments that you have made are commitments to your own children, the children that we saw in the video. We're here to help you achieve those commitments and the forum can help you achieve your goals. It'll be a learning exchange where governments share operational strengths with each other, with other governments who can consider how to apply it in their own countries. As the event that we're here at today is focused on ministerial level commitments, the forum might be thought of as a practitioners' conference. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can learn from each other on how to do this. The content will also be fed by the results of the Global Survey of School Meal Programs, which collects the world's monitoring data on school meal programs directly from you, governments. 155 countries have participated thus far. And in the third round of the survey, which begins collecting data in November, we're going to illuminate more information about things that have been discussed here: menu changes, procurement changes, changes in energy use. How have nutrition in food baskets changed, and how are programs managing resilience in emergencies? Every country will be invited to participate, and every country will be invited to the forum. Stay tuned to hear about GCNF and about participation in the survey, and for the announcement of the location of the forum in late 2024, please visit our website at gcnf.org, where you will find country profiles based on results of past surveys, and where you'll find future announcements for the Global Child Nutrition Forum. Thank you.
Great. Perfect. Thanks, Heidi. So we're meeting late 2023. So if you're booking your calendars for something next year, late 2024 for the forum looks like a good shot. So a lot of the things that we've talked about in this panel in respect of nutrition and nutrition in general is obviously focused on a really vital, important window, namely the first 1,000 days. And our next speaker comes from an organization that's committed to supporting countries implement programs that support improved nutrition in those days. But he's going to talk to us a little bit about the fact that that and school feeding, which opens up a new window and looks at the critical development that can be supported through school feeding and school meals over the next 7,000 days, are not mutually exclusive. They're very supportive of each other and are linked. So, Professor, over to you on that very issue.
Thank you so much to give me the floor, but we are in France, so you can understand that I am going to switch in French. D'abord, je voudrais vous dire combien je suis très heureux de participer au premier sommet mondial pour l'alimentation scolaire. Cette idée, cette initiative venue de la Finlande, de la France, est un secrétariat général qui est le Programme alimentaire mondial que je tiens à saluer aujourd'hui. Je voudrais remercier également le président Macron pour cette initiative. Vous savez, ce qui nous réunit aujourd'hui nécessite une action collective, urgente et massive, parce que les objectifs sont énormes. Il y a deux sortes d'objectifs. Ceux que l'on connaît, dont on parle toujours, et qu'on en parle depuis hier matin, par exemple, 800 millions de personnes en sous-nutrition, 2,4 milliards de personnes qui n'ont pas accès chaque jour à une alimentation nutritive, sûre, suffisante, essentiellement des femmes, des enfants, essentiellement dans les zones rurales, et le changement climatique ne peut que aggraver cela. Et puis, il y a une chose dont on parle presque jamais, pas vous bien sûr, parce que vous le savez, mais la plupart des gens, l'opinion publique, les chefs d'État ne savent pas une réalité. Elle s'appelle la malnutrition chronique. C'est la maladie la plus fréquente pour les enfants. C'est plus d'un enfant de moins de 5 ans sur 5. C'est 22% des enfants dans le monde. Qu'est-ce qu'une malnutrition chronique? C'est une urgence de santé publique, c'est une vraie menace existentielle de l'humanité. C'est la seule maladie que je connaisse qui est une maladie de la pauvreté et qui engendre la pauvreté. Maladie de la pauvreté parce que les femmes enceintes très pauvres, celles qui gagnent moins de 2 $ par jour, ne peuvent pas acheter de poisson et de viande. Pas de protéines, pas de vitamines, pas de nutriments. Et c'est une maladie qui entraîne la pauvreté parce que quand vous ne mangez pas tout cela lorsqu'une femme est enceinte, vous avez un problème dans le développement du corps et du cerveau. Et donc les conséquences sont très connues. Premièrement, un déficit immunitaire, et ça, on n'avait pas très bien compris ce que c'était. Ça veut dire que dans les pays où il y a de la malnutrition chronique, la moitié des malades, la morbidité, la moitié des morts, la mortalité est due à la malnutrition chronique. Deuxièmement, une taille un peu petite. Et troisièmement, surtout, une diminution considérable du potentiel intellectuel et donc du capital humain dont on parlait tout à l'heure. Pourquoi? Parce que vous, comme moi, nous avons eu, jusqu'à nos 3 ans, 1 million de connexions neuronales entre les cellules nerveuses, 1 million par seconde. Et s'il vous manque de la vitamine, en particulier vitamine A, s'il vous manque des protéines, s'il vous manque de l'iode, du fer, des folates, alors vous n'avez pas ces connexions. Et donc le risque, c'est de diminuer le quotient intellectuel de 9, voire de 30%. Donc c'est des conditions terribles. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? C'est agir immédiatement, c'est-à-dire dès la grossesse, bien sûr. Sur le plan de l'investissement, il faut savoir que c'est le meilleur investissement au monde. 1 $ dans la malnutrition chronique, 16 $ en rendement. Toutes les études montrent que si, en Afrique et en Asie, on diminuait de moitié la malnutrition chronique, on augmenterait la productivité mondiale de 11%. Est-ce que vous vous rendez compte de ce que ça représente en termes de croissance et en termes de PIB par habitant? Donc voilà, je voudrais juste vous dire que nous avons créé pour cela aux Nations Unies, dans une agence qui s'appelle le UNCDF, Et c'est l'occasion pour moi de saluer Xavier Michon, qui est le numéro 2 de UNCDF et qui nous a permis de faire ça. Nous sommes donc à New York, le secrétariat est à Paris. Le conseil d'administration, c'est la France, c'est les Émirats arabes unis, le programme alimentaire mondial, EcoBank, etc. Et ce que nous avons déjà commencé à faire, c'est bien évidemment des programmes pour permettre à des petites entreprises de donner plus de protéines, plus de vitamines dans des produits alimentaires pour que les femmes enceintes, les femmes allaitantes, les nouveau-nés, les nourrissons puissent en prendre, et bien sûr en préscolaire et en scolaire. Donc il y a un continuum entre le début de la grossesse et la période scolaire. C'est ça qui est important dans l'enfant. Je voudrais remercier Hubert Chauvet qui est ici, qui est le directeur exécutif d'Unitlife. Voilà, je termine en disant que la vision, et au fond je salue Madame Kahn du Sun, la vision que nous devons avoir, c'est la suivante. Autonomisation des femmes, ça c'est la première chose. Développement d'une agriculture qui doit être une agriculture je dirais intelligente sur le plan de la nutrition, sensible à la nutrition, développement de marchés pérennes, et enfin, développement des protections sociales, et je sais que le programme alimentaire mondial est très important sur la protection sociale, et évidemment se battre pour le droit fondamental de l'accès à la nourriture pour tous.
Brilliant, because although in a way the work that the professor talked about and the School Meals Coalition, they're coming at the same challenge from slightly different vantage points. But let me say I can completely agree that we have a common cause in empowering women, in transforming food systems, and then thirdly, extending social protection. And what's the single biggest social protection mechanism in the world? School feeding. So we want to scale that up and improve it. At the same time, as we've heard already over the last couple of days, the same 2 points that the professor made, we want to empower women in that process, supporting them and transform food systems in the process. So a common cause, tackling a shared issue, but from slightly two different vantage points. Colleagues, this panel has done very well in not only keeping to time, but beating the time, because I've got the clock right in the front of me. It's ticking away, but we're actually going to finish earlier than we might have been expected to do so.
That shows the efficiency of politicians.
I suspect that might be the exception to the rule, but we'll take it, we'll take it. So colleagues, thank you all for being with us. Please join me in thanking the panel, but let me just remind you what we covered and the fact that as we grow this coalition of the willing, as we grow this movement for school feeding, today we saw an announcement made by colleagues from civil society, colleagues from parliaments around the world, as well as 2 institutions that are already doing this work, but that are committed to doing more of it. That's what this last 2 days has been about, growing the movement for this fantastic cause. And we want to thank you for being part of that, but I also want to take the opportunity to thank our panel for voicing all of that commitment, all of that energy, and in a way, giving us even that little bit more hope that I referred to at the start of this session. Hope that things can change, hope that things can be better, and hope that we can solve some of those big challenges which we all come with a heavy heart to this meeting, acknowledging, but at the same time, knowing that transformation is possible. Thank you for being part of this journey with us.
Thank you so much. We gave you a very challenging task, which was to hold this audience spellbound after they had missed their snack and then waiting for lunch. And you succeeded, as we'll say in French, avec brio. You did so well. You merit another round of applause to all of you. And anyone who missed this session, you missed the energy. The civil society came with the voice. We heard from parliamentarians, not only the ones who are with the government in the party that is in power, but the opposition, the minority. And they talked about holding the government to account. We heard those parliamentarians who work with the government as well talk about what they could do better. And what was impressive, I must say, was seeing the ministers sitting in front, nodding and accepting that this is what we need. And then these agencies that are working and thinking of planning, of taking this forward, I must admit that I have been inspired. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And at this point, I will not keep you here any further. I would just want to indicate that lunch today is just for 60 minutes. And this we're doing for your own pleasure. And the whole idea is we want that by 3:30, we have said it all and we are ready to depart. So if we can use our 60 minutes to have lunch, have those engaging conversations following on what we've had here, but make sure that we're in this hall at 1:15, 13h15. We will all be able to leave this place at 15h30, that is 3:30. Thank you et bon appétit.
Feel algún día volveré, el tiempo lo dirá. No dudes de mí, es complicado de entender si tú no estás ahí. No puede amanecer.
Safe travels. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope we had enough time to have a bite and have a very fruitful conversation. Not just a single conversation, but lots of fruitful conversations. I think we have been doing very well so far. 2 days where it has been intense and it has been active. And this is going to be the very first time that I might call on the teams which are supporting us, and I want to thank them very much. All the teams of the Secretariat of the School Meals Coalition who have been working in the background to put everything together, and also the teams of the organizing committee here from our hosts, the French government, working so hard behind the scenes. And this will be the first time that I call on them to say, if it's possible, just remind all the members who are still outside wrapping up with their lunch to join us in here. It's the very first time I'm doing that. It's amazing how wonderful and brilliant you've all been. So I take a couple of minutes just to indicate that we are basically in that final stretch, really this time, of the full marathon. And we are into the very last plenary session of the day, which is aimed at providing a deep dive into each initiative and how they support governments in achieving their goals and how to engage with them. So you are seeing right here on stage the biggest panel that we've had since we started. And it's because we are wrapping it up. We're bringing it all together. We've had lots of time to be engaged, to talk about governments, to talk about civil society. We have listened to the children themselves talk. We have even seen heads of states, heads of governments, and institutions making commitments in videos. We have seen municipalities come together. We've heard from parliamentarians. Now is the time to bring it all together. And this is that session before the end. The coalition's initiatives, how do they work and what can they do for government? This is what is important. And here with us on this stage, we've got the Research Consortium, the Sustainable Financing Initiative. We've got representatives from Cambodia, Cote d'Ivoire, Rwanda, the Sun Movement, FAO, the consortium's nutrition measurement community of practice. And of course, we've got the moderator of this very high level panel. And we could not ask anyone else because she has been behind the scenes working for several years on this. She knows the people. She knows that this is the moment when it comes together. Carmen Bourbano, who is the face of the Secretariat of the School Meals Coalition, she will be the moderator of this final plenary. Over to you, Carmen, and a round of applause to all of us who made it back here on time.
Thank you so much, George. It's a pleasure to have. Of course, it's difficult to have the last session because it's also just after lunch. We all know how how challenging that can be, but it is a pleasure for me to close the last session of the summit because I'm surrounded by friends, and it's lovely to be here. So when we were talking about the different plenaries that we were going to have in the summit, one of the things that was very important for us in the coalition ecosystem was to make sure that we don't let all of you go, and particularly government leaders that are here. And I want to thank you because you've been in the front row, second row, third row the entire time. So that is a clear sign of your commitment and your interest in these topics. I want to say this session was specifically designed to answer many of the questions that might be in your mind of what kind of support can I get to do the things that I now want to do when I go back home. You've been sitting here for 2 days listening to all these great ideas. You've been sitting and also talking to each other in the coffee breaks and the lunch breaks. And I can bet that you have somewhere either in your notebooks or in your phones a huge list of things that you want to do when you go back home. And I can also bet that you have somewhere in the back of your mind a question of, oh my God, how the hell am I going to pull this off? What kind of support is available? What other partners are doing, and who can I reach out to for what? So this session is specifically for that. I was mentioning yesterday that the coalition was set up. It is an ecosystem to support governments to reach their commitments, to implement what they want to implement. And if you remember the video that I presented to you the first day, when we created the coalition, it was quite clear from what member states were discussing that there were 3 very important challenges that we needed to start with, that we needed to set up some mechanism to provide you with support. And those became the first 3 initiatives of the coalition: the Research Consortium, the Sustainable Financing Initiative, and the Data and Monitoring Initiative. And we're here to talk about some of that. You heard yesterday, and I'm sure they will reiterate that in the closing session, Brazil has announced a fourth new initiative under the coalition, and we will be bringing news about that to you in the next few months once we take forward all the proposals that have been coming up through the summit. But for the moment, what I wanted to do and what we want to do here in this panel is discuss particularly what kind of support is available. We also have a very important conversation that we'll have about nutrition. We started to hear that in the last panel, but we have members here of the nutrition community, of our sister agency FAO and others that are also here and part of the coalition that are supporting governments in particularly reaching their nutrition-related goals and extending support throughout the 8,000 days. So the first part of this very intricate panel, and I have a huge responsibility, I think, of making sure that we don't go over time. As you can see, it's going to be hugely challenging for me. The first part of it is called the Dawn, Lisbeth, and Carmen Show. We did this in Helsinki. It worked really well, and we have a bit of a chat for you just to get us started. So let's kick us off first with Dawn. The Research Consortium was the first initiative that was launched. Even actually before the coalition itself was launched, you were already up and running, Dawn. So tell us why. Why were you set up? What is the purpose of the Research Consortium, and what can it do for governments and partners?
Okay, so I don't think this microphone is on.
Oh, sorry, I can share mine.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to speak in this exciting session as we head towards the end. And I just wanted to say then that the Research Consortium's mission is to collect evidence and share evidence. That's its primary mission. And that we do that by, and this is going to be the important theme that I'm going to really explore, by having a global network of academics, of scholars, of practitioners working together. That it's a new thing. We've never had a school meals consortium that focuses on those technical issues. It's not even something that exists in universities as a department. So this is something new that we're having to create here, and we're creating something that's also independent in the sense that it's independent of any particular agenda. This is to help create the agenda or co-create the agenda. And we see our task as having two goals, two connected goals. One is to assemble the evidence, and secondly, to convert that evidence into guidance that's actually useful for countries. Both those goals are necessary. People always talk about evidence-based guidance, but you need the evidence first, but then you do need to have it in a way that you can share. How do we go about collecting that evidence? How do we go about sharing the guidance? We've created a range of communities of practice, and I'm going to be given a little time later on to talk through what those are. But what that actually means is communities of practice are groups of people worldwide who are communicating with each other on a specific topic. So, for example, we have a community of practice on impact. We have a community of practice on analytics and metrics. We'll go into some of that in some detail, but that's about how we get together the goal one evidence. Sometimes we're collecting evidence that already exists. So when we do systematic reviews, we're collecting information that's already out there. Sometimes we're collecting information which is case studies from countries. So we're trying to see what it is how countries are implementing the programs. But then having got that evidence, the next part is guidance. And that's where I want to talk about a whole other set of partnerships. We heard from IPNED this morning. They're going to be a crucial partner in reaching out to parliamentarians with that kind of advice. But also, there are very well-established groups that already do this for a living. And I wanted to particularly highlight in Brazil, the Center of Excellence Against Hunger, and in West Africa, SURFAM. So working with those is our key area. And you wanted me to talk about the bottlenecks?
Yeah, just probably one bottleneck because we do need to move forward. Yep.
So one bottleneck is simply that that work on school-age children and adolescent health is only, when we did a review of the literature, only 10% of the literature on the health of children is from that age group. 10%. Nearly all of the literature, 90% of the literature, is on children who are much younger. That's where most of it is, on infants, and those who are older adolescents. The group we work on, the group we all work on, is the most neglected in the health literature. There's a major problem.
Yeah, so that was one of the major insights, I think, that came out of the work that you led in 2018, which was published under Disease Control Priorities. The publication that really kind of ignited a lot of this was the realization that we had a huge gap. We had a huge gap in the research and the evidence base, but also the amount of resources that were being put to these programs. So I think we're going to hear a lot more about the research consortium and what you're doing in that part of the space. But on the other side, and this has been a huge topic of conversation, I think, in pretty much all of the panels, is another big bottleneck, which is the financing. And the session that was led by Christina yesterday, I think, was superb in terms of underlying what the challenges are, what the potential solutions are. But there's a specific initiative under the coalition that was set up to support this. So tell us a little bit more about the Sustainable Financing Initiative, Lisbeth, that you lead, and what kind of support that you are providing to governments.
Do I speak through this? Great. Well, first of all, I wanted to just thank everybody for staying around. I heard the final stage of the marathon. I actually don't feel like that. I'm not tired. I'm very excited. And I actually think we're going to run out here with even more energy. So I hope you feel like that too. So on the finance, we've heard a lot about that, as Carmen said. The fiscal space of many of the countries here today, actually of the entire world, is shrinking, is challenging at this point in time. So the Sustainable Financing Initiative is really set up to work collaboratively with countries to think through the costing and the financing strategies for school meals programs. And we are a somewhat younger initiative than the consortium and still bringing our teams together. But essentially, we would like to work with each one of you to think through those strategies. And our first major piece of work that we did last year was actually looking at the financing situation in a sort of aggregate way. It was a landscape analysis. And there were three things that came out of this that we identified and want to continue to work on. The first one is, and I think I alluded to that yesterday, is that many countries have wonderful visions for their school meals expansion, but unfortunately not yet the financing plans to back those visions. And it's challenging because school meals touch upon so many parts of government. And I was talking earlier with the honorable minister next to me from Rwanda, who said, this is not an education issue, it's a whole of government issue, which makes it harder to really figure out how to cost and finance school meals. The second thing is that we need to get smart about presenting financing plans and costing plans because, as we discussed also, we need to convince ministers of finance and we need to convince the rest of government that this is important to invest in. And the striking figure to me has always been that when you look at the cost of school meals on an annual basis, in some countries that's almost equal to the cost of education on per child. But that's not the right way of looking at it, because it obviously touches on health outcomes, it touches on economic outcomes, and so the rate of return has to be seen in that multi-sectoral context. So number one, we need better financing plan to back the vision. Secondly, we've talked about this, for each country, the strategies to finance will be different, whether that's earmark taxes, whether that's debt swaps, etc., whether we want to look at taxation in other ways. Each country will need to think through that in its own context. So we want to work with countries to look at those solutions. And then thirdly, there is the big piece of the international community's responsibility in those countries that need support. Because in the long term, as we've all said, we want to make sure that countries can eventually finance school meals themselves, but it will take some time. So figuring out how the international community can plug that gap and how we can be innovative about sourcing that financing. We talked about that yesterday, thinking out of the box about kind of where the funding could come from and how we can plug the gap. So the Sustainable Finance Initiative is ready to work with countries, looking at costing strategies, and we are developing tools to do that, looking at financing strategies, and there is a one-pager, I have been told on the website, that you actually can look at, which gives you the offer of the Sustainable Finance Initiative for countries that you could come to us on. So thank you very much. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisbeth. Is this working? Yes. So thank you very much. These two initiatives are working very closely together as well, and I wanted to highlight that again in the coalition ecosystem. First of all, they are being led by these two leaders to my right and to the left, but actually they are in and of themselves a network of partners themselves. And I'm sure we'll hear more about that in a second. They were also set up with a specific mandate to support governments directly, and you'll hear from that in a second how that is happening. So this is not a research effort that's happening somewhere in London. It is actually happening in the countries, and that's what we're going to get to. But before we do that, there's one third initiative that I just wanted to mention. We didn't have time to actually talk about the three initiatives completely, but it is a very important initiative. You have been discussing this, I think, in a couple of days, and I have heard in many of your meetings this issue of monitoring, the issue of data, the issue of how do we know if we're going in the right direction? How do we know if this is actually working or not? So the Data and Monitoring Initiative was set up as the third big pillar of the coalition ecosystem. And as a result of the Transforming Education Summit, the good news came up last year that member states decided to revise SDG 4 targets and target indicators. And for the first time, we now have a school meals indicator under SDG 4. So one of the big tasks of that Data and Monitoring Initiative is going to be about that, about how do we measure and how do we report, and how the coalition ecosystem through that Data and Monitoring Initiative is going to be doing that. I want to very briefly, because before we go into the different part of this segment, can you just in a couple of minutes just offer your thoughts about why the data and monitoring piece is so important, because it's also connected to the research consortium and the work that you're doing.
Sure. So we need to start by recognizing that there is no such thing as a global database on school-age children's well-being, nutrition, and so on. That doesn't actually exist as an ongoing process. So it's key. But what's key to the use of it is, of course, that the quality of the data coming out of the countries is strong. So there's two pieces to this. One is going to be agreeing together what are the crucial indicators that need to be collected at the country level. And then secondly, a home for a global database. Now, the World Food Programme has stood up and said that they will maintain this, I mean, that's a fantastic thing. And that database will allow comparison across countries, but it'll also allow countries to look at what other countries are doing and get a sense of their own track in that. And then finally, I wanted to say that the SDG 4, the new indicator, will also need tracking, and we need this database to track that indicator. So all of these things come together in this very important new initiative.
Thank you so much. And I think that that's going to be something where it's, again, going to be a combination of partners and different technical agencies that are going to be working together to institutionalize data. The data may exist, and it actually is already being collected by, for example, partner organizations. You heard from the Global Child Nutrition Foundation earlier today. There's surveys out there, but there is really a need now that school meals, school health and nutrition is recognized as a really important area to institutionalize this within the United Nations system, make sure that there's a robust way of measuring this, and that's the ambition, building on the work that has already been done. Okay, so we've heard a bit about the Research Consortium and the SFI, and that's actually just to open your appetite, I think, a little bit, because I, for one, really want to know how the Research Consortium is doing this, because, of course, you have your network of researchers, you have the universities that have already joined and that are continuing to join, because you are growing as much as the coalition is, Dawn. So we have a few minutes, I think, where you can demonstrate with us and with the countries that you have next to you, how are you practically supporting the countries that are members of the coalition? So over to you. We have about 20 minutes for this segment, and I do need to keep to time. So I am going to ask the speakers to be kind to Don, because otherwise I'm going to have to interrupt him in your session. So be good to him. Over to you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so one thing I wanted to just make clear, because I've been asked several times now, where do you see a copy of the white paper that we were talking about this morning? So that's on the website of the Research Consortium for School Health and Nutrition. So if you Google that, you'll find that website, and you'll find a whole lot more information that will be, I hope, useful to you. So the Research Consortium is here for you. We're here to help work together to collect and share independent advice. But the crucial point is that we are all the Research Consortium. The Research Consortium is made up of academics, scholars, and practitioners across the world who add knowledge around school health and school meals programs, and that's vitally important that we actually create a global network like that. And I want to say that what we're trying to do is we're kind of network of networks. So we link to networks that are already out there where they exist for school health, or where they exist for something like child nutrition. But we really need to capture the full range of countries and perspectives and contexts. And for that, that's something that's hard to do. We all know that the politics and the power bases, the power relationships, tend to favor the North. And we really need to avoid that in the way in which we build this up. And one of the things that my plea to you, and I hope you'll have pleas for me as well, but my plea to you is, please, all of the countries that are part of the coalition, please identify your scholars and academics and encourage them to be part of this network. We reach out as much as we can, but it would help to get some push from your side as well. That's what's going to make this truly representative of this group. So that's, I think, a very important part of what we're asking for. And perhaps we can hope that you can think of your people, your skilled people, as part of your commitment to the coalition, asking some of your skilled people to be part of the consortium. So what are we doing then in the consortium itself? So we collect the evidence, and that's the evidence from the published research. But we're also trying to collect evidence which is on the reality of programs. This is the key piece. And, somebody said to me the other day about, what sort of research did we have? What evidence did we have that these programs were important? And I said, one of the finest pieces of evidence when you want to test something is not a randomized controlled trial. It is simply to pull the plug on the program and see if things collapse when that happens. And, we all did that in the world, didn't we? We all did that in April 2020 when we closed all the schools. We discovered that was catastrophic for education, which was no surprise, but we also discovered it was catastrophic for the well-being of the children. And that evidence, understanding what's happening in national programs, is a key part of what we're trying to pull together. So case studies are at the heart of everything we do. Can we, I think we've got some maps that we were going to put up. Perfect. Case studies are at the heart of what we do. We have a community of practice called Good Examples. What it means is, what's actually going on out there? What is it we can describe that's going on in every country? These are the countries that already have undertaken or are undertaking case studies. We need every one of the 90 countries in the coalition. We need all of your countries to be part of this process. So these are the ones we've listed at the moment. But we can also talk about proof of principle here, because every one of these annual meetings, we've produced a statement of the evidence, and that you'll find that in your package in French, Spanish, and English. In here, we do our first analysis of the first case studies that came in and show how those case studies can tell us what are the key things, what are the most important things across all of these national programs. What have we learnt by looking at those programs? So my plea, as I say then, is that we work together to create case studies. And the case studies are led by the Good Examples community of practice. And I would like to us to listen in on a conversation about the Good Examples community of practice. And this will be a conversation between His Excellency Dr. Naron, the Minister of Education for Cambodia, and Professor Sylvia Avalon from Montpellier, who is the chair of the Good Examples community of practice. Sylvie.
Thank you, Don, for this kind introduction. So we are engaged with 25 countries to describe their program, their challenges, but also their strength. And it's really interesting to have this global overview. So we are happy now to discuss with Cambodia and Your Excellency, Dr. Naron, because we have seen that your country has made great progress during the last months. You have increased the budget allocated to school meals. So we would like to know, what are your plans in the coming years? Are you going to strengthen this program?
So thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and also the French government for organizing this summit. So I think during the last 2 days, we have heard about the consensus of the importance of school meal and also the way we move forward. And I think that, what I'm going to say, we will resonate among all of you. And first, is to increase the budget for the school meal. Secondly, is to strengthen the existing program in order to, provide quality school meal to the children. Thirdly, maybe to implement school meal as part of the social protection, to protect the vulnerable, to break the cycle of poverty. Thirdly, is to implement the school meal program as part of the nutrition policy, because just meal and we need to maybe incorporate the micronutrients into the meal so that it can conducive to make the young people become social. I think human capital. I think that's very important because sometimes provide just meal is not enough. I think provide meal that can improve their intellectual capacity to become future generation of human capital. And also, we need to look at the monitoring and evaluation. And lastly, we need to learn from each other as peer-to-peer learning. But when I go to Ministry of Finance, they will ask me, I have to prioritize. We spend a lot of money on teacher training, on school construction, on textbook, on teacher salary, which is 80% of the budget, on sanitation, on many things. So they would ask for evidence, and I think that really we must have that clear answer. And I think this is also the role of the research coalition to have that. Basically, not just school meal, but a repertoire of measure that can improve student learning. We have seen that, around the world, maybe 500 million students go to school without learning. So why they can't learn? And I think we invest a lot on many things, but not so much on the ability of the student to learn, because there is a discrepancy between urban and rural. When people live in the rural area, I think they lack that capacity to learn. Students are not ready to learn, and you invest a lot of money in something that, in return, you may not get. And I think that that's why that evidence is not just on school meal, but on a combination of measures that improve the learning outcome. And I think that what I go back, we will have all that measure, everything that we have discussed. I think there's a consensus already, but we must really provide policy option, a repertoire of how it works together, maybe an ecosystem of learning. And we must understand that ecosystem of learning very well. Otherwise, like this morning, I think the former French Foreign Affairs said that poverty engenders poverty. And we should break the cycle, because kids that live in rural area, infected by poverty, cannot learn.
So thank you. You also underlined the fact that you need research to fill the gap of knowledge. And so the community of practice will help you in this area. And we are happy because you will be the first country of Southeast Asia to join us. So welcome with us.
Excellent. Yes, we can have a clap for that, surely. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. But the point we want to make is that we will work with individual countries to develop those case studies, to help make those cases. And there's another dimension to it, a very important dimension. There's this figure that we often talk about that we're partly to blame for, this $1 resulting in a $9 return. That $9 doesn't come from just one sector. That's built up of the returns to education, to health, to human capital, to social protection, and very importantly, to agriculture. All of those things come together. Making that case is a very important piece of, I think, explaining why your investments are worthwhile, particularly to a minister of finance. So that's part of the picture. And one of the ways that we help with thinking about that is doing value for money analyses, and we'll hear more about that also from Lisbeth, but value for money analyses in countries. And we're going to have the next map up. These maps are really to connect with you. What we're trying to do is make it clear that we really are building up a global picture here. So these are the countries that have now are undertaking value for money analyses. Some of these countries are doing this very directly with our community of practice on analytics, and we're supporting teams in those countries. So those are country teams of academics and government working together to look at those analytical pieces. But we're also working with other countries where there's already well-established team so that we're getting, again, a global view of what are the real returns we can expect to see from these kinds of programs. And to take that a little further, I'm going to ask the Ambassador Seydou Cissé from Côte d'Ivoire to take part in a conversation with Professor Stéphane Verguet of Harvard, who is the chair of our Value for Money community of practice.
Merci, bonjour à tous, merci Don, c'est vraiment un plaisir d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. Donc dans notre comité de pratique, Analytics and Metrics, comme Don l'a dit, l'idée c'est vraiment de regarder si vous investissez avec un certain budget dans les cantines scolaires, quel va être le retour multisectoriel, comme il a été dit précédemment, sur l'éducation, très important bien évidemment, la santé, la nutrition, mais aussi l'agriculture locale, avec le procurement local, les dernières sessions ont parlé de ça, et aussi bien évidemment les questions de protection sociale, avec toute la thématique d'équité, etc. Et donc, nous avons eu le plaisir d'embarquer avec un certain nombre de pays qui sont sur cette carte dernier mois, et pour vraiment comptabiliser ce retour sur investissement multisectoriel, et en particulier main dans la main, je dirais, dans chaque pays, avec un comité technique et stratégique qui inclut les différents représentants des cabinets ministériels ainsi que des académiques dans les différents pays. Donc c'est mon grand plaisir de demander à l'ambassadeur Cissé, qui est à mes côtés, de nous parler de l'expérience au Côte d'Ivoire. Et je commencerai par cette première question. Si vous pouviez, monsieur l'ambassadeur, décrire dans les grandes lignes qu'est-ce qui est derrière cette étude coût-bénéfice sur l'alimentation scolaire en Côte d'Ivoire.
Je vous remercie. Je voudrais, au nom de la délégation que je conduis, remercier les gouvernements de France et de Finlande qui coprésident notre coalition. Et nous nous réjouissons d'être ici et de prendre part à ces échanges. J'avoue que depuis hier, nous avons beaucoup appris des expériences des autres pays, leur approche, le financement, comment il faut pérenniser l'alimentation scolaire. Et c'est une excellente nouvelle pour nous. Et je voudrais dire d'entrée de jeu que mon gouvernement considère les cantines scolaires comme un outil de développement humain. Voilà, du capital humain. Parce qu'il est important de le souligner, c'est que le ministère de l'Éducation, qui est en charge de gérer évidemment les cantines scolaires en Côte d'Ivoire, nous nous rendons compte que c'est 36% des écoles primaires qui sont couvertes et 26% des enfants en âge de scolarisation dans le primaire. Ce n'est pas assez. Évidemment, ici, nous partirons d'ici avec certainement les expériences des autres pays pour pouvoir pratiquement faire face, n'est-ce pas, ou à amplifier pratiquement le financement ou les sources de financement vis-à-vis des cantines scolaires. Et je voudrais aussi dire que ce n'est pas une question seulement du ministère de l'Éducation, puisqu'elle implique les questions de santé, les questions de protection sociale et l'agriculture. Évidemment, quand on parle de cantines scolaires, il faut voir ce que nous servons aux enfants au quotidien en termes de nutrition. Et tout le monde sait que l'impact, connaît les résultats de l'impact pratiquement de l'alimentation scolaire sur les résultats. Parce qu'on a remarqué que dans notre pays, par exemple, dans les écoles où nous avons des cantines scolaires, les résultats scolaires sont les meilleurs. Puisque quand on regarde les couches vulnérables, on se rend compte souvent que, et très souvent, ce qui est servi à l'école, c'est le seul repas quand même assez solide que les enfants souvent ont dans la journée. Donc c'est pour cette raison, je voudrais ici souligner que...
Excusez-moi de vous interrompre. Oui. Je voulais aussi, si on pouvait cibler sur comment utiliser ces résultats pour la mise en place dans le futur des...
Bon, je pense quand même que, comme j'ai dit d'entrée de jeu, c'est un investissement de la part du gouvernement. Et cet investissement est extrêmement important pour le développement du capital humain et sur le plan économique aussi. Parce que très souvent, on oublie que, d'ailleurs, avec le gouvernement ivoirien, a eu un partenariat avec l'université de Harvard et le programme alimentaire mondial que je salue ici au passage, beaucoup de choses ont été faites. Mais nous attendons pratiquement de revoir les stratégies nationales qui ont été mises en place avec le ministère de l'Éducation et d'autres ministères. Donc, multisectoriel, s'il n'y a pas que seulement le ministère de l'Éducation, comme je disais, pour pouvoir pratiquement renforcer pratiquement la question de l'alimentation scolaire en Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Je crois qu'on doit aller sur le programme suivant.
Time rushes on with us, I'm afraid. So I'm going to just ask Noam Angris, will you just stand up for a minute? We're not going to have time to talk. And can I ask you, Samrat Singh, to stand up? These are the chairs for the education group and for the diet and food systems group, communities of practice. They'll be very interested to hear if you have areas of where you would like some assistance. But basically, yeah. Use the website. Use the website.
Thank you, Don. This panel was always going to be very challenging because there's so much information for you that we can't really do justice to everything that the initiatives are doing. But I do want to encourage you to talk to Don, get his information, because he's the gateway to this enormous network of research institutions that are doing so much great work with different countries. Now, Lisbeth, tell us a little bit about what the Sustainable Financing Initiative is doing specifically with countries.
And I will take my... Yeah. I will continue the conversation about the Sustainable Finance Initiative with Her Excellency Claudette Irere, the Minister of State for Education in Rwanda. Great honor and pleasure to be here with you. And what we are going to do is have a little conversation about the work that we've been doing with Rwanda under the Sustainable Finance Initiative, where we've worked with Rwanda on developing their school meals financing strategy. So Minister, I'll first of all turn to you to ask you a little bit to explain to the audience. I know you've said many things before, but the National Comprehensive School Feeding Policy, which was established in 2019, had this ambitious target to expand school meals in an amazing way. Could you tell us a little bit about that? How is that going? And maybe you could add also what are the specific financing challenges that you see as you are rolling this out?
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'll dive right into it. Yes, Rwanda is guided by the National Comprehensive School Feeding Policy. Like any other government, if you want anything to really get implemented, you make sure it's part of your policy. But then also you follow what the policy says and you put the money around it as well. But then with the Sustainable Financing Initiative, we're able to also develop what we call operational guidelines, because we're not going to just have a policy, put the money, but then how are we going to do it? Today, we are feeding every child that goes to school in Rwanda. That's about 3 million students every single day. And we've taken on the approach of there are government subsidies, and then there's also parents' contributions. The government subsidies are disaggregated based on the student levels. So for instance, in pre-primary and primary schools, this is, basic of the basics. We ensure that government subsidy is up to 90%. So parents are only contributing 10% of the cost. So if you put it in a dollar value, they only contribute, I would say $1 per quarter, so per 3 months. And they can contribute in any form. But then in secondary, because they are a little bit older, the government contributes up to 85%, and then parents contribute 15%. And in secondary, that's where we have boarding. Some of a few schools are boarding facilities, and so there we're not only providing lunch, we're also providing breakfast, lunch, and dinner, because this is boarding. And then in the day schools, because we have government day schools, so secondary day schools where they go and return back home, that's where government is contributing up to 85%. And then in boarding schools, government only contributes 5%. This is important because as they go in these levels, then their needs, their nutrition needs, and the quantities, the portions, they vary. And so we were able to come up with a formula that addresses that. But of course, it's not only us. We work with the World Food Programme. We work recently with the Sustainable Financing Initiative. And we work with our own internal support systems to ensure that what we're doing is actually responding to these. And why did we do it? In 2019, when we started, we were only feeding secondary going students. But 2020 and 2021, COVID hits, economic situation of the families becomes something else. And so the government had to step up. And we don't think we're going to stop anytime soon. Maybe we will do some variations around the subsidies, but not stopping anytime soon, because we've seen the value. I was actually discussing with her earlier that before, we're still experiencing some of these. The dropout rates were high, but now we have a different problem. We have overcrowding rates, because as you feed the children, they all want to come to school. Parents all of a sudden sees this as an opportunity, and it's the other way around. So we're now, pushed to increase the infrastructure and everything. And then you mentioned that I also talk about some of the financing.
Yeah, if you could say a little bit what was that experience like, and how has it helped you in especially convincing your Minister of Finance and maybe the rest of government? What's the value of having a financing strategy to you?
Thank you. A financing strategy is very important. Maybe to just talk briefly about how the governance structure in Rwanda is set up. We have the central government, but we also have decentralized entities. And so whatever we plan for at the central government, we earmark these funds to the district, to the decentralized entities. We have about 30 districts. Rwanda is very small, so there was a tiny dot on the professor's map. Rwanda is very small, but we have about 30 districts across the country, and those are, these are the local government authorities. And so we earmark the funds to the district, to the different districts, depending on the number of schools, the number of students that they have. So everything is really counted down to that level. However, this is good. And I wanted to just talk about, in 2020, the budget was about 27 million US dollars. Today, it has tripled. So it's almost 90 million US dollars. And we know it's not going to stop because of the inflation rates and all these other pressures that we're seeing. And so we need to rethink on how to best finance this, because as I said, we're not going to stop. We will relook at the variations of the subsidies, but stopping is out of equation right now. The other challenges that we see, cooking is done at the school level. So I think the mayor or the governor of Nairobi earlier talked about how it's done efficiently. There are centralized kitchens and everything. So in Rwanda, cooking is done at the school level. And if it's done at the school level, this puts pressure on the environment, as you can understand, because you have to think about clean cooking. You know, how do you clean cook and make sure you are not, punishing the environment because you are feeding the children. And so we'd like to see how we marry the climate financing, but with the school feeding. And I think a lot of people talked about this earlier, because one should not harm the other, because they are equally important. So we need to be smart enough to see how we create something that speaks to these. And then another thing that where we have challenges, like I said, the decentralized entities are the ones that are doing the day-to-day follow-up of the school feeding. Unfortunately, we still call it school feeding, but we will change. We will change the naming. But they're not supported. So in terms of capacity building, yes, in terms of enough resources, and we think it's about time as we move into really getting them to own the process, the entire value chain, creating and producing some of the foods, in their own decentralized entities. We'd like to see them empowered to do this on their own. Of course, the government support will not stop, but then how do we empower the local entities, the local government entities, to do this and on a daily and consistent basis? The last one is, financing the nutrition side of the things. It's important, yes. It's good to make sure that students are fed. And I think I heard in the session in the morning talking about this. But then how do you ensure that, when you're doing this, you're combating malnutrition, stunting, and everything that goes with this? And so we will need to also rethink around how we provide really nutritious alternatives that fill the children's tummies, but also that keep them, healthy. And this is a challenge that we're always innovating around. And then, of course, looking at the grant support, like I said, the national budget has tripled in the last 3 years, and we know it's going to continue to do that. So how do we continuously support the government? I think in the last 3 years, we've shown that it's possible. That we can institutionalize school feeding across all entities, and now the partners who would want to come in will know that it's actually doable. And so this is the time when we call on the partners to really come in and support with instruments that are affordable and that everyone can tap in, because we know it works, and we've seen that if you sort of institutionalize this, make sure that it's part of your procurement processes, then there's no waste, there's no stealing, there's no theft, there's nothing. You can actually make the most out of this. Thank you.
Well, you've made some amazing points about the need for costing and financing strategies. Your point about the thinking long term, because we're on a long journey, and continued expansion will have continued finance needs. You talked about the different food baskets, which is again a consideration that the financing plans can look into. What are the different food baskets? When you add more nutrition, how does that impact costs? You talked about obviously the different ways to finance and how to plug the financing gaps in the long and short term. Maybe a final question is your experience. You've clearly managed to convince your Minister of Finance. What message do you have for all of the people in the room here who need to convince their Minister of Finance? What are your lessons learned in terms of really making this a priority for Rwanda?
Thank you. Earlier, I was joking with her that we did not convince, we forced. But really, there was no alternative, you know. And the minute everyone sees this as an important aspect to the economy, to the security, to the social, it's important that it's not looked at as a Ministry of Education challenge or endeavor, but it's looked at as a wholesome government initiative. And this is what we did in Rwanda. The school feeding or school meals is not just a Ministry of Education, it's an entire government undertaking. It's taken at a multi-sectoral level, where the Ministry of Finance, just as an experience, we had to sit down in the Ministry of Finance and go into the diet, the actual diet and costing of it. You know, this is an exercise that the ministers themselves sat down to do because of the importance of this. If we were going to do it, how affordable was it going to be, and how does the government respond to this? There's also maybe one message to other governments is it's possible. It's a political will that has to be there, and secondly is to ensure part of the sustainability is to institutionalize this program and ensure that it's part of every single structure that you have in the country, because then it raises awareness and everyone wants to do it. And then we need to also look at it again, not as a Ministry of Education endeavor, but as a government endeavor. And earlier I told her that for us, we look at it, if we don't feed the children, then they're not going to come to school. Well, or maybe the other way around. It's a chicken and an egg analogy. But if they don't come to school, then they don't have anything to do. If they don't have anything to do, they become, for us, a security threat. So it's no longer around social issues, because if they don't have anything to do, anyone can attract them to do whatever. And for us, these are things that we take very seriously. And so it's not just about feeding the children, it's really ensuring that there's capacity, development, but at a government level, and everyone goes in, not just the Ministry of Education, but everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You are an inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I think connecting a little bit some of the themes, and particularly what these initiatives are providing, is on the one hand the documentation of the best practice, the calculation of the return on investment that then gets turned into arguments for ministers of finance. Policies need to be costed. They need to have a strategy behind them of how much are they going to cost, where is that money going to come from? And that's kind of the whole chain of connections between evidence, technical assistance to provide that kind of support for governments to make the decisions that you've just discussed. I have to acknowledge Rwanda, when President Kagame joined the School Meals Coalition, this was at the very beginning of 2021, the beginning of the coalition. He joined with a commitment, as you just mentioned, of covering all the children in the country. At that moment, Rwanda was covering 600,000 children, I believe. They have gone to covering 3.8 million children in just 2 years. I mean, it's just incredible. So thank you and congratulations for your leadership and for the conviction, I think, of the entire government that this is a very important investment. We've been discussing during the last couple of days, and it is the most powerful piece of this conversation, the issue that it touches upon so many sectors and that it has so many benefits to different elements. So we heard from UNESCO, from Stefania Giannini earlier, about how this is such an important contribution to education, and we heard it echoed again today. There's been a conversation, and you just brought it up, the issue of security, stability. How do these programs also help the state make sure that there's a connection with citizens? The creation of trust with the state and state institutions is another really powerful reason why governments tell us that they do these programs. There's the connection to food systems that we discussed this morning that have been, I think, the thread of a lot of the conversations, connecting with the value chains, farmers, job creation. We heard a lot of that, about that. And now I wanna bring a very important new dimension, or existing dimension, which is the diet nutrition dimension to these programs. So just remembering that this is connected to the education sector, it's connected to the health sector, it's connected to the agriculture sector, it's something that social protection sector is also involved in. As you're mentioning, this is not just about one sector, it's not just about the Minister of Education. And this is why we've seen, when these programs are scaled up, and you've seen the announcements of many of these countries in this summit, it's because that decision was likely taken at the very highest levels. This is a presidential decision, this is a prime ministerial decision, and that is because it is at that level of leadership that they can basically see the entire government. The entire reason why these programs would be implemented would be various sectors connected together. But I want to focus the last piece of the conversation on this issue of nutrition, because when I started, and when I mentioned to you yesterday when we were opening the summit, that this, of course, is not the only thing that children need. Children throughout their first 1,000 days of life need to get support. This is a very important window of opportunity of getting them to a stage in which they go to school and they are ready to learn as well. So it's part of a continuum. And here we have three colleagues and different representatives of different agencies and partners that are going to illuminate a little bit this topic for us. And I really want to thank our colleague Afshan Khan from the Scaling Up Nutrition Movement. She's our UN Assistant Secretary General for the Sun Movement. And thank you so much for making the time to be with us today. This part of the conversation is super important. So can you just tell us a little bit about this growing realization that there is a continuum, there's a connection between the first 1,000 days and the next 7,000 days, which is what we've been discussing here?
So first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I've listened for the last day and a half and been really excited by the conversations that are happening. I'd like to thank the government of France and Finland, as well as WFP for organizing this. As you know, Scaling Up Nutrition is a movement of 66 governments and 4 Indian states that's nationally led. And like you just spoke about, Carmen, many of the national nutrition coordinators are either in the office of the president or the office of the prime minister to facilitate this cross-sectoral approach to better nutrition outcomes. And this nationally led, nationally driven, nationally costed, and largely nationally financed elements, I think, are things we really need to understand better, because that's what will ensure sustainability of these many programs. When I think about the life cycle approach that you asked about, obviously, even before a child is born, I would start with the adolescent girl. It's so important that that young girl has the right type of food, the right type of micronutrients, and the right type of nutrition, so that when a child is born, that child is born healthy, not underweight. If a child is born underweight, the likelihood of having malnutrition later on increases exponentially. Then the first 1,000 days that I think many have spoken to very eloquently, partly because the research and the evidence, as we talk about that, speaks so clearly to this being the first point of a strong cognitive brain development. And the second point being in the adolescent years, and that's why I think the research that's being done looking at 14 to 18 years and what happens to brain development then, and why nutrition in that period is so important, will be equally key. But while I was excited about the school meals is because we talk so intrinsically about a systems approach, an interconnected approach that requires collaboration across sectors, a true multi-stakeholder endeavor. And I think the Minister of State from Rwanda was very eloquent about that, that links health, food systems, social protection, water and sanitation, and education to create an environment where children can thrive. And we have several Sun countries in the room, including Cambodia and Cote d'Ivoire, who have highlighted how school meals can help catalyze broader transformations. So during the past few days, we've heard about purchasing locally from smallholder farmers, creating opportunities for community employment, creating opportunities for a better green environment that looks at a healthy, nutritious diet that doesn't cost the earth. And in that, I mean both an affordable diet and a diet that is able not to harm planet. And school meals, given the level of what we've heard about of procurement and the extent, have an important role to play in mitigating some of the climate change and some of the climate issues we're facing. I would also say that what a child eats during that school meal and the behaviors, whether it's hand washing, whether it's a good nutritious diet, whether it's building on the 5 food groups that are so essential in the first 1,000 days of life, to recognize that a healthy, plant-based, often affordable diet, and again, I'm reminded of Rwanda and the investment in beans, but also protein like eggs, an egg a day, for many children can make a difference in terms of their own nutrition, the nutrition value in the school meal. But very importantly, it influences behaviors. And later on in life, teaches people how to eat well. And I raise this because we're also facing a second dimension, which I didn't hear come up as much as I would have expected. Many of the countries, Sun countries, but also where there's school feeding programs, we're dealing with issues around overweight and obesity. And it's extremely important that the School Meals Coalition in its work focus on the issue of healthy diet, and when there is government procurement, that we're not procuring food that is of low quality, high sugar, high fat content, low nutrient value. Because in the long term, we'd be doing a disservice, not just for the children, but for the broader health system as a whole. And I see that as a real challenge. Everything has a bit of a point counterpoint. And one of the dilemmas around school feeding is going to be affordability. And that's why the local procurement piece becomes so key. But in urban areas, we're going to have to look at also making sure that that diet is healthy and nutritious, so we don't end up creating a health problem later down the pike. And lastly, I would say that on the research and evidence piece, it's going to be extremely important, I think, to have clear data on the value and the rate of return on investment. As was so clearly said, governments have to make some tough choices. And making the right choice on what's the best investment for a good, healthy diet and a nutritional outcome is going to be key. And secondly, I would not underestimate the social cohesion point that was raised by the Minister of Rwanda, but recognize that that healthy diet and affordability of food goes far beyond schools alone. No child can only eat 1 meal a day, especially when they're young children, their stomachs are small. They need to eat a couple of times a day, even if it's small quantities. But that social cohesion element has a big point around affordable food that's healthy for populations. And I would just re-emphasize that right to nutritious diet and healthy food.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Before we go to the next panelist, I want to highlight one thing, which is also quite remarkable. We mentioned yesterday, I think one of the speakers this morning said, I think it was Roy actually, that said it's difficult to get anybody to agree on anything these days. We're quite fragmented as a world. And so this is one of the topics that potentially there's a lot of agreement on, where we can start with something positive, with some progress. That same thing is equally difficult for the UN system to do. Sometimes, it's difficult for the agencies to come together and work together. And I do want to make sure that you notice that we have had WFP, we had IFAD, we have had UNESCO, we have had UNICEF, and all of them have been in the room for 2 days discussing with us this topic. We've had also from UNICEF education and nutrition, and I really want to thank our UN colleagues that are here because this is also an issue that's bringing different agencies together to support governments in a unified way. Each of us have different things to offer, different comparative advantages, different ways in which we are supporting governments. But I want you to notice that one of the things that is quite evident to us during the summit is that you have a unified UN system that is coming at it from different angles to support countries with this topic. And I take that opportunity to say that because our next speaker is from FAO and our sister agency in Rome. And I also want to acknowledge the FAO colleagues that are with us today. They've been working with us very, very closely for the last 3 years. All of these agencies are members of the School Meals Coalition, of course. And so this really creates, again, a platform of UN cooperation for this topic. So my colleague, Mr. Al-Kafaji from FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization has been working with us at all levels, a very important partner for governments at the country level, at the regional level, and at the headquarters level. And particularly one of the topics that we've been working very closely with you on is this issue of nutrition guidelines. What goes into these meals, and how do governments decide what are the standards, what are the acceptable meals that children should receive? A big part of that policy decision that governments need to make is what are children going to eat and what is appropriate for our countries. This is something that FAO has been leading, and I think the audience would like to know why that is so important, and potentially also this is an area of support that governments can reach out to from FAO and colleagues. We've been working very closely with you, so please, over to you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Tout d'abord, juste pour remercier nos pays hôtes, la France, le coprésident, la Finlande, pour cet événement magnifique et extrêmement intéressant. Of course, also congratulations to the World Food Programme and all colleagues involved, our sister Rome-based agency, for this outstanding informative event. I really have to say, I've learned a lot in it. From FAO's perspective, of course, we are building on experience of more than 2 decades in the field of food and nutrition in schools, and we apply, and this is, I think, something that resonated throughout what we heard in these 2 days, a systemic approach, linking many aspects together. So linking school meals, which we heard are the largest procurement systems in the world, to the agri-food systems. We just heard from the Honorable Minister from Rwanda, and also from the Sun movement on the social cohesion aspect, and I thought it was very interesting that words like defense, national security, peace were also used throughout the discussions. I think that is remarkable. We also heard of the challenges by Undersecretary General Duarte on fiscal space, and I think these are the realities that also need to be factored in. Coming back to your question now, yes, in fact, there is good evidence that when meal programs follow robust nutrition standards, these can better achieve the nutrition objectives. However, a global study conducted by FAO in 2019 with 33 low and middle income countries found out that there is no clear and validated methodology to establish nutrition standards for school meals. And in response to this, together with the World Food Programme and with the support of the German Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture, we are developing a step-by-step methodology on how to use data about what school children and adolescents in a country or region eat and their main nutrition vulnerabilities together with evidence on diet-health relationships to make decisions on what school meals should provide in a specific context. And I think that's where the crux of the matter also lies. So the methodology will also integrate aspects of the school food system, which means also supply, procurement possibilities, and where possible, environmental footprint data, another part of the puzzle that we need to take into account. We need to make sure that the meals are not only nutritionally adequate, but also feasible and aligned with sustainable development objectives, as well as coherent with other school food environment and public procurement policies that are in place. So it's also, of course, a case-by-case matter. Further, we're trying to integrate what is important for children and adolescents into the process. For instance, having enough time to eat, learning core life food skills, and having a good eating environment for socialization. So next week, following the conclusion of this summit here, we will be releasing a call for young school food champions to help us advance this agenda within the most important group in this whole discussion, namely those who are entitled to a healthier, more sustainable and enjoyable meal in their schools. The methodology that I mentioned is being pilot tested with stakeholders from multiple sectors in Cambodia and Ghana to get feedback on the easiness of its use, as well as to create robust evidence on the positive effects of implementing such standards on children's diets. Allow me in this occasion to acknowledge and to thank His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education, Youth and Sports of Cambodia, who is with us today in this panel. It's a real honor, and also his words on systemic approach and evidence were certainly heard. The project I mentioned, in which the school meal nutrition standards methodology is being developed, has been designed based on FAO's holistic approach to school food and nutrition, which builds linkages between nutrition-sensitive value chains and inclusive procurement for school meals, food and nutrition education, and school food environment policies, all underpinned, and this is very important, by strong policy frameworks. And I think we heard also a lot about this in these days. This approach not only aims to improve food quality in the schools and children and adolescents' nutrition, but also to extend socio-economic benefits to local school communities. Once again, something that resonated in the interventions by many of the politicians and parliamentarians that we heard here. Now, in terms of FAO's commitment, we stand ready to support governments in optimizing the nutrition impacts of their school meal programs through the implementation of robust nutrition standards and child-centered food education. We also commit to support governments to efficiently link school meals with local production through sustainable and inclusive procurement. And finally, we stand ready to help develop holistic school food and nutrition policy and legal frameworks, another part of the puzzle, as said. All of this to make our agri-food systems more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable within the efforts of the school meals and nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and so much support available from FAO. Thank you very much, and it's clear that FAO and UNMAS has made some very robust commitments to governments and to the ecosystem of the coalition. I realize that there's one question that I think is very important for you, Afshan. Nutrition for Growth is hosted here in France actually next year, and I know that Sun is at the heart of those conversations. When we were discussing this particular summit with the French government, this was a topic of conversation that came up, and so one of the things that we wanted you to also bring up is how is the conversation that's been happening for the last 2 days connected to that big event that happens next year.
Thank you very much, Carmen, for asking the question, and I was remiss in not mentioning it. So I think what we're also seeing is the importance of Sun as a movement to integrate the work around what's being done in school meals, but also with the forthcoming Olympics, how we can better integrate health, nutrition, and sports and education. And we've seen a lot of that work in several countries. I see the Deputy Minister for Education for Armenia. It's been one of the countries that's been very strong around this issue. So when I look at the School Meals Coalition, obviously there's been a number of very important elements that have been spoken about with respect to nutrition, with respect to education, with respect to social protection, with respect to food systems. And I think FAO's strong commitments here are part of that. When we come to the Nutrition for Growth Summit, we also really want to focus quite a bit, along with France as the hosts, on what can be done best so that countries very firmly have nutrition embedded across cross-sectoral areas. So we're working now, after this summit, we'll have some preliminary discussions with the government of France to see how do we work alongside countries so they come to that summit with a clear sense of commitments, but that those commitments are multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder. Because I think, as we've heard from so many of the panelists today, that we need a life cycle approach. We need investment strategies that speak to both the domestic budget optimization, but also where is development assistance coming in, and not just from institutional government partners, but also from philanthropies, also from civil society, and also from the private sector. So the Sun movement benefits from having that coalition of a multi-stakeholder partnership that will allow us to leverage the many different stakeholders that can influence outcomes. And I do think having the presence of industry, business, and having the presence of civil society, like you did here, will be an important component to rounding out the full impact of the Nutrition for Growth Summit, to look at a transformative system that includes school children as part of a much broader agenda.
Thank you. Thank you. And we look forward to that continuation of the discussion. To round out this conversation, and as you've seen, it's getting into a little bit of the weeds of really how the complexity of the implementation of these programs, the kind of support that we are getting requested from ministers, a lot of them here in the room, and the robust technical capacities that are available here on the stage, but also, of course, as I mentioned, the other UN agencies and partners that have been participating throughout the day. Now, we just heard this issue of, for example, how are we putting together guidelines? How are we putting together robust ways of ensuring that children are receiving the nutrition they need? How is that connected to procurement guidelines and legal frameworks, et cetera? So let's pretend that children get the right kind of nutrition that the guidelines say, and that we're giving them the inputs on nutrition that they deserve. Let's say that happens. The issue is, and this is for my next, my last speaker, we have no way of measuring whether that's making an impact on the health and nutrition status of this age group. We've been discussing this for a while, that we lack an indicator or a suite of indicators to understand how do we know whether the health and nutrition status of this age group, of the children beyond 5 years of age, if this is going in the right direction or not. So for my last speaker, I want to invite Robert Akparibo. You are the chair of one of the communities of practice that Don was mentioning, the Consortium's Nutrition Measurement Community of Practice, and you've been doing quite a bit of work around this issue. There's a huge gap that we have in terms of being able to measure whether our children are healthy and whether they're well nourished. So can you tell us a little bit about why that's important and what we're doing about it?
Okay, thank you. I think somebody said earlier on that when you are the last speaker, you have nothing to say, but I think I have something to say. I just wanted to say that in addition to my role as the chair of the Nutrition Community of Practice, I'm also a professor of nutrition at the University of Sheffield. And so this topic is an area of interest for me in terms of research. And I also want to highlight that there is a global special interest group for school health and nutrition, and I am a member of that coalition, a member of that interest group, but also co-chair of the interest group. So we are building a critical mass of experts to support this process. Now, let me just start by where Don said that when you look at the literature, there's only 10% of only 10% of the literature focused on school-age children and adolescents, and it is true because there's a challenge of indicators that, like you've just talked about. So there are lack of indicators, there are lack of, you can call them tools or measures, and if you don't have the tools to be able to make an assessment, how do you understand the problem? So how do you assess the scale of malnutrition in school-age children when you do not have the tools to be able to do that? How do you estimate the quality of meals? And I think over the last 2 days, we've been talking about meals, and then we also talk about quality of the meals. How do you assess the quality of the meals when you do not have the tools to be able to do that? How do you assess the wider school environment? Because I think children spend a large amount of their time in school rather than at homes. How do you assess the wider school food environment when you do not have the tools? So it is critical that we need to have tools that would help researchers, practitioners, whoever is involved in this topic or in this area of school meals to be able to gather the necessary data to be able to address the problem that we are talking about. Now, I think you will agree with me that because of the lack of data, I mean, I think we've been talking about data, and I'm really happy that the Data and Monitoring Initiative is going to build a database. I think Don mentioned that earlier. They are going to build a database or establish a database that will help us to understand, to be able to get data that can help us to monitor the progress and track impact of school meals programs globally. So it is something that is crucial. We need to talk about it. We need to move forward with it. Now, what I want to say in terms of how is the Nutrition Research Consortium Nutrition Community of Practice addressing this problem? And I really appreciate and sympathize with countries when they talk about lack of data because of the lack of the instruments that we need to be able to do that. So one of the first initiatives of the research consortium was to establish or was to set up the Born Kits project. So which is Born Kits simply means the biomarkers for nutrition and development. And this project was set up to be able to generate the evidence that we need that can inform or support the development of these indicators. And the project was led by our partners in the US. This project has now been completed, and we have started to disseminate the findings. In September, the Nutrition Community of Practice held a webinar to share the findings widely. What we are trying to do is, how do we translate the evidence that has been generated by the Born Kits project in helping not only even develop the indicators, but also promote nutrition in the first 1,000 days, but also the next 7,000 days. I think this has already been talked about, and I don't need to emphasize on it. What we are doing to address the nutrition for the first 1,000 days, but also subsequently the 7,000 days, is to engage with nutrition experts in countries and in the various countries through their networks. So, for example, the Asian Nutrition Society, the African Nutrition Society, the Pakistan Nutrition Society. So we are going to be engaging with this nutrition society so that they can promote nutrition among this age group. So I'll come back to the indicators. So we want to start from Africa, and what we are doing now is discussing the next steps. How do we translate the evidence to be able to develop these indicators and address the problems of nutrition in this age group? And so for Africa, what we have done is we've already started to discuss with the nutrition networks that are there, and I think the last time we had the research showcase, we kind of brought in some of the African counterparts. And of course, they've also been talking about local context data, and we want to see what can they generate in terms of data to be able to complement what has already been done, so that together we'll be able to address the problems. So there's this kind of, so that's the work that we are doing, and we hope that this will be scale up to the other countries or other continents, so that together we would be able to have the indicators that we are talking about. Otherwise, without these indicators, we might not be able to address, to have any meaningful data to address the problems.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So lots of things that have been said. I know it's a lot. It's a lot of technical details, a lot of different aspects of how these programs are run. But we didn't want to, again, as we started with the first session of the summit, this is not just about political commitments. It's really about figuring out how to address the technical issues that are really challenging and challenges for governments around the world. So in this panel, what you've seen is just a bit, the tip of the iceberg of the enormous technical capacity that the coalition has in the form of partners, UN agencies, different pieces of the research community, and different technical experts that are available and supporting partners already. We're going to wrap up this session in a few minutes, but before I do, can I just ask both of you maybe for 1 minute of your last thoughts? Maybe let's start with Lisbeth. Can you just maybe give us your concluding remarks?
I don't think, is this on? Great. So much has been said, and I don't think I can summarize it even in 1 minute. So I'd like to say, I'd like to mention one thing, and that is that I had a dinner a year or so ago, and I discovered something about the lady sitting on my left. It has to do with us all in the room, because bringing the coalition together has been an idea that has been in the heads of some people, and particularly Carmen Burbano on my left for many, many years. And she even took a break at some time, went to Harvard, studied how to collaborate, because we don't only need political will, we need the technical expertise, but we need to work together. And Carmen has discovered how to do that. So if you want technical advice on how to work together, please speak to Carmen, because she has brought us together as a family. We love working together. It's a partnership of agencies, of human beings, all putting our eye on the same target. And I personally feel very honored and grateful to be part of this. Thank you, Carmen.
Thank you so much. That was super generous. And that dinner was delicious. It was at your house. Don.
Well, how do you follow that one, right? So I wanted, one of the things about human beings is, include myself in this, is that we always think that how we are now is how we've always been. We're very poor at looking back and making assessments of things. But I just wanted to say, really, the world fully recognized the importance of school food programs worldwide when we closed them all. That's when we really got hold of that. 2 years ago, nearly 3, when the world closed all its schools and stopped all of these school-based health and nutrition interventions being delivered, that's when we realized how important they were. And that's when countries all over the world stood up and said, we need to do something about it. I mean, let's be clear, it was the countries, it was you who stood up and and created this coalition. And I feel that, that was, let's say, 2 years ago. This is now the second annual meeting of the coalition. And wow, it's bigger, better, more boisterous, and more effective. And, you might think that, and what often happens when you have a crisis is everyone goes, oh dear, there's a crisis, and the crisis goes away and everybody stops paying attention. But that's not where we are. We're on a trajectory that's moving up. We're on a trajectory where the world, for the first time, I think, is really getting perspective on the importance of investing in school children and adolescents in the whole, holistically investing in their education and in their well-being and their social welfare and their role in the human capital for our futures. I just wanted to share that with you. I think we're actually at a very important bifurcation in the way in which we think about society. Thank you.
Okay, well, I can't top that. So I'm just gonna thank you all for being here with us, for joining this crazy idea that maybe me and many others had. But the coalition doesn't exist without the member states, and their presence here for the last 2 days is a testament to that. Without the partners that you've heard throughout the 2 days, the civil society networks, the parliamentarians, the cities, UN agencies that are coming together on this really ambitious journey. So thank you all for joining us. I think George is coming over to the podium to tell us that we need to close this summit. And it's been an honor for me and the team in WFP to be your secretariat. We, as our executive director mentioned in her opening statement, commit to continuing to fulfilling that role. And for the next foreseeable future, we will be here to support you in the commitments that you have made today. We look forward to seeing you again 2 years from now in Brazil to take stock of where we are. Thank you so much.
And they did that and still had 54 seconds left. Amazing. Another round of applause for them. Thank you so much, Carmen. Thank you to your panelists, the biggest panel we had today and for the past 2 days. Please. So now, after that very intense panel discussion, we are now getting into the ceremonial phase. That is the end of our 2 days of engagement here around the School Meals Coalition, the first School Meals Coalition Global Summit. I would like to indicate here that will involve a number of our partners joining me here on stage. But before we come to that, I would like to thank, and permit me do that, to thank a number of people, countries, and organizations that have supported this event. First of all, France for hosting us. We want to appreciate that sincerely. We also want to thank the co-chairs, Finland and now Brazil, for their strong leadership and engagement. And of course, all the many member states, the countries, we want to thank you for contributing, the visionary commitments that you've made. The team of the School Meals Coalition Secretariat, coming from, please, I really want you to give them a big hand. And if they can stand wherever they are and wave. School Meals Coalition Secretariat. They have been working behind the scenes, having all the conversations, indicating when, who, how, which country does what, which mayor is going to be able to be here and which one will not be here. All of those things, they did it very quietly and you did not even notice. Les équipes du centre de conférence ministérielle, je vous dis merci. Vraiment, merci de tout cœur. Toutes les interprètes, les équipes de la régie, son, les équipes de la régie vidéo, les équipes qui sont ici avec nous, qui nous aident avec le son, les micros, tout le monde. Je vous dis, pour ceux qui ne les connaissent pas, si vous pouvez vous lever, surtout ceux qui sont ici, et vraiment, give them a round of applause. The others are up there. If you can turn around and just wave and just do a wave to them. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Est-ce que je peux finir sans dire merci à François Gauthier, secrétaire général de la conférence? C'est mes remerciements personnels avec tout le monde qui est ici. Donc, vous, les participants, messieurs, mesdames les ministres, les ambassadeurs, députés, les maires, les gouverneurs, chefs de mission diplomatique, chefs de délégation, directeurs des services centraux et extérieurs de vos départements ministériels dans vos pays, les directeurs des organisations internationales et tous les parents d'élèves qui sont ici, parce qu'il y en a beaucoup, je vous dis aussi merci. Et vous devrez applaudir pour vous-même. I just want to thank you for taking this journey with me for the past 2 days. You have been wonderfully brilliant students. And now I will end that analogy and we will get into the real phase, which is the end or the closing ceremony. And to do that, I would like to invite our next speakers on stage. Brazil, Mexico, the Philippines, are they here with me? Yes, they are. They will be here to inform us about upcoming regional meetings taking place in 2024 and 2025. So we want to have everybody who is participating in this, please, I would like you to join me on stage, and that will be with the support of the organizing team of the School Meals Coalition. Voila. The School Meals Coalition Secretariat, they just need me to take a look at them and they do the right thing. So these are the final panelists who are going to take us to the end of this. It is the ceremonial end of our 2 days here. So first, I would like to turn to Ms. Fernanda Pacubahiba, Vice Minister of Education and President of the National Fund for Educational Development in Brazil. I believe that I promised something yesterday, that there will be announcements, and there's something that I feel that you have, an announcement for us. Over to you.
Boa tarde a todas e todos. Muito feliz e parabéns a você, viu, George? Você arrasou desde ontem. Obrigada. Em nome do presidente do Brasil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, agradeço a oportunidade de estar aqui no encerramento desta primeira reunião global da Coalizão para a Alimentação Escolar. A pauta central das nossas discussões durante esses 2 dias teve como foco a erradicação da fome e a promoção da segurança alimentar e nutricional como direito humano das nossas crianças do mundo. Estou cada vez mais convicta de que erradicar a fome é central para superarmos a histórica desigualdade social do mundo, motivo pelo qual precisamos expandir e aprimorar nossos programas de alimentação escolar. O governo brasileiro reafirma o seu compromisso com os esforços internacionais em busca da garantia do direito humano à alimentação saudável e adequada. Entendemos que a implementação de políticas de alimentação escolar é uma das principais estratégias para o alcance da segurança alimentar e nutricional dos nossos estudantes. O Brasil orgulha-se de seu Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, um dos mais antigos e maiores do mundo. Baseamo-nos em nossa própria experiência para trabalhar com o PMA e a FAO desde 2008, por meio da Agência Brasileira de Cooperação e do Fundo Nacional para o Desenvolvimento da Educação, para avançarmos conjuntamente nos projetos de cooperação Sul-Sul e trilateral sobre alimentação escolar, por toda a América Latina e Caribe, África e Ásia. Agora, ao assumirmos este novo papel de co-presidente da Coalizão para a Alimentação Escolar, o Brasil pretende fortalecer seus esforços de cooperação internacional, ajudando assim a promover o acesso a refeições saudáveis e nutritivas nas escolas de todos os países. O governo brasileiro acredita firmemente que investir na segurança alimentar e na nutrição das gerações mais jovens é um investimento no desenvolvimento, na igualdade e nos direitos humanos de toda a humanidade. Juntos, alcançaremos nosso objetivo maior de garantir que toda criança do mundo faça pelo menos uma refeição saudável e nutritiva por dia na escola. Assim, gostaria de anunciar que teremos satisfação em organizar no Brasil a próxima reunião global de coalizão para a alimentação escolar, em 2025. Conto com a presença de todos vocês lá, viu? Vai ser um prazer recebê-los. Será uma excelente oportunidade recebê-los em nosso país para dialogarmos sobre o progresso da coalizão e trocarmos experiências. Convidamos desde já todos os senhores e senhoras para visitarem uma escola pública brasileira e conhecerem a alimentação escolar servida aos nossos estudantes, nutricionalmente adequada e adquirida da agricultura familiar local. Acreditamos que a melhor receita da educação é a cooperação, a solidariedade, o compromisso e principalmente o afeto. Nosso mundo está precisando de humanidade. O fato de sermos humanos parece que tem sido óbvio que não nos torna necessariamente humanos. Então, muito a gente tem se distanciado desse ideal e a gente está aqui de coração cheio. Esses 2 dias passaram muito rápidos e foi muito empolgante ver cada um de vocês falando de algo que une o nosso planeta, né? Uma temática que une a todos. Somos todos humanos, não importa a origem do nosso país, nossa cor, nossa raça, nossas crenças. E é exatamente a nossa humanidade a maior força que pode nos unir em busca do nosso propósito de transformar a vida das crianças por meio de uma alimentação escolar adequada. Muito obrigada a todos e todas, espero revê-los em breve no Brasil. Enfim, o Brasil está de volta e eu estou muito feliz por estar aqui com vocês. Obrigada.
Obrigado. Obrigado. Thank you so much. And you could feel that special feeling when someone from Brazil is talking about school meals and the fact that it brings together communities. You can feel the energy. That's why 2025, please join us in Brazil for the next global summit on of the School Meals Coalitions. And so thank you to Brazil one more time, and applause to Brazil. And now I would like to call Senor Francisco Antonio Meza Duran, the General Director from the General Directorate for Food and Community Development of the National System for Family Integral Development of Mexico to please share with us that big announcement that we're waiting for.
Merci. Excelencias, ministras, ministros y honorables miembros del Presidium, además de ser un honor para mí poder platicar con todas y todos ustedes, quisiera yo decirles, y iba en sintonía con la exposición de Brasil, en América Latina tenemos antecedentes de los programas de alimentación escolar de más de 100 años. En México, los primeros esfuerzos documentados datan de la década de 1920, cuando José Vasconcelos, que fue el primer ministro de Educación que tuvo México, formalizó el programa de alimentación escolar Gota de Leche. Este programa fue basado en el modelo francés y en el modelo que posteriormente implementó también el Reino de España. En este caso, ambos modelos se basan en una legislación francesa, la ley Roussel, perdonen mi francés, pero esta ley formó y creó un antecedente para varios países en Iberoamérica y en varias partes del mundo. Actualmente en México contamos con 6 millones de niñas, niños y adolescentes que son beneficiarios de la alimentación escolar, pero buscamos llegar a una cobertura universal y gratuita de la población en edad primaria, lo que representa cerca de 18 millones de niñas, niños y adolescentes. Tenemos grandes retos que compartimos en América Latina, como la necesidad de consolidar compras públicas a pequeños productores, de terminar con los desayunos industrializados y generar ambientes alimentarios saludables, alejados de los conflictos de interés de las grandes industrias de los alimentos procesados y ultraprocesados. Estamos convencidos de que para no dejar a nadie atrás, necesitamos un modelo de alimentación escolar que permita la compra de alimentos a nivel centro escolar. Así, favorecer la transformación de los sistemas alimentarios, donde la inversión no se quede solo en la escuela, sino que permee en la agricultura familiar y en las comunidades. Es por eso que, además de celebrar la integración del gobierno de Lula como copresidente de la Coalición de Alimentación Escolar, el Gobierno de México, en julio de 2024, será anfitrión de la 10ª edición del Taller de Alimentación Escolar en América Latina del Programa Mundial de Alimentos. Además, en el marco convocará una reunión regional de la Coalición de Alimentos Escolares en nuestro país. No quisiera terminar sin aprovechar la presencia de Brasil en este escenario para apelar por la consolidación de un único mecanismo regional que dé soporte a la alimentación escolar para evitar duplicar esfuerzos entre las agencias hermanas de la FAO y el Programa Mundial de Alimentos en la región. Además de agradecer la excelente coanfitrionía del Gobierno de Francia, de Carmen Burbano del Programa Mundial de Alimentos y el acompañamiento de Lola Castro y su equipo de la Oficina Regional. Es cuanto. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Another announcement there and another thing to agenda item to book for, and that will be the regional meeting in Latin America. I think I noticed for Latin America and the Caribbean, 2024. That is something. But also what is striking is the fact that we are learning from each other. We're taking from models, whether it's the models in France or the models in Spain, or taking from community-based models that we are hearing from Brazil. We are learning, and that's the whole idea of the coalition. That's what we're going to look at. Particularly, we're going to be looking at what is very important for Latin America and the Caribbean, and that will be next year. Thank you so much, Mexico, for that pledge. Now I would want to invite Dr. Dexter Galban, the Assistant Secretary for Operations, Department of Education of Philippines. It's your turn at this time. And you know this is the closing ceremony. Give us that vibe that Carmen was talking about.
Leave no one behind, and as such, leave no child behind. This has been the foundation of the global goals. The Philippines, through the Department of Education, led by our Vice President and concurrent Secretary of Education, has built on this through our Matatag Agenda, or the Resilience Agenda, which strengthens the President's Bagong Pilipinas or New Philippines initiative. We endeavor to reframe our future by investing in the holistic development of students, learners, and the next generation of nation builders. Education goes beyond academics. Education is about formation. Everything that we are today has been influenced and fundamentally shaped by our experiences in school. Our food choices, our health-seeking behavior, our attitudes toward nutrition, our love for our country, and our role in building a better world. All of these begin with school meals. Beyond nurturing their minds, we must also nourish their bodies. Better performance, decreased absenteeism, happier outlook, zero hunger. Indeed, school meals are essential in making our children more resilient and future ready. In this light, the Philippines' Department of Education has undertaken a historic and massive expansion of our school-based feeding program, a landmark move in support of the School Meals Coalition. From doubling our budget for school meals to over $200 million, doubling our feeding days to cover the entire 220 days of the academic year in over 46,000 schools, activating over 100 central kitchens and 30 farm schools nationwide, and revitalizing school gardening programs in over 220 school districts, to even locally procuring from community cooperatives, farmer organizations, and MSMEs. We seek to ensure that nutritious food products and hot meals are provided to our students, especially to those who are in geographically isolated and depressed areas. But there is more work to be done. To succeed, we must work together. As such, the Philippines, in partnership with Cambodia and the World Food Program, shall continue strengthening our collaborative engagements through the conduct of the first ever Asian Regional School Meals Coalition meeting in early 2024 and then in 2025. With the goals of sharing best practices and technical expertise, developing regional funding strategies, and generating empirical evidence for bolstering school meals programs through impact assessment, we seek to ensure that no student, no learner, no child is left behind. We must invest in school meals. We must invest for a brighter future, because every school meal is an investment for a brighter future. We are not just serving meals, we are serving hope. In this vital endeavor, the Philippines, Cambodia, and the Asian Regional School Meals Coalition stand together. Para sa bansang makabata at batang makabansa, a world for children for the world. Thank you very much.
We are not just serving meals, we are serving hope. And take note, 2024, Cambodia and the Philippines will be hosting a regional summit. And they even plan that there will be another one in 2025. I am getting that feeling. You have given that vibe. You lived up to expectation. So now it's time that I thank all the panelists for these great announcements. And I would like to hand it over to the School Meals Coalition Secretariat, WFP, and to provide us with the closing words at this time. And so I'm going to call on Valerie Guarnieri, the Assistant Executive Director for WFP, to speak on behalf of the Secretariat of the Coalition after these 2 energizing days. Valerie.
Well, there we go. Thank you so much, George. And really thanks to all of you. I mean, wow, these last days have been so remarkable. And, you know, sometimes it can feel difficult to be hopeful, but I think as Philippines just said, this issue brings us hope, and the commitments and the actions that we're all signing up to and holding each other accountable for brings us all hope in that better future that we can see through through our children. I believe, as all of you do, that every school child needs to benefit from a nutritious meal in school, and this is part and parcel of what they should be having during the day. And the kind of commitments and actions that you're highlighting here show us that that goal to ensure that all children benefit from a nutritious meals is something that is not a lofty dream. Doesn't need to be something that keeps us up at night. This is something that we are on track to achieving, and what a remarkable progress has already been achieved in these past two years. WFP remains fully committed to supporting the organization and coordination of this precious, precious coalition. And I would like to thank Carmen, the Secretariat, the member states that have all committed, the partners who are all here. We are the coalition, and you and we all deserve a big round of applause. Congratulations, all of you. What you have built here, what we have built together, is truly one of a kind, and we're really excited to see what can be achieved with this unparalleled momentum. So super excited about that. We also are very excited to hear how the spirit continues into these regional meetings that are happening, and thank you for the ones that have been announced here today. We have the Africa Day of School Feeding. That's a consistent commitment that Africa has been making, and so excited, Brazil, that you're stepping up to convene the next global summit, because I think there's no replacing what happens when we pull all of this energy together in one room. So there's a very robust agenda for the next 2 years. There's a lot of meetings and discussions that happen in between when we meet and gather together. And we're really counting on each and every member of this coalition to be the champion for the work and to bring this spirit into other conversations that you may have. Don't feel alone. You'll probably find a few coalition colleagues in there, but let's bring this spirit into all of the global discussions that we have. First up, of course, is COP28 coming up in just a couple of months, but we also talked about very exciting agenda here in France in 2024. So we look forward to meeting in this format again 2 years from now in Brazil. Let's make sure that when we come together in that 2-year time, that we show that we have been implementing our commitments and that we hold each other accountable for them, and really continue the spirit of sharing and learning of both the challenges and the successes, because it's really through that each of us can benefit more. And you can see that the partners are all here to support you in the journeys, member states, that you're taking to ensure in each of your countries that all children benefit from nutritious meals in school. So thank you again. Delighted and humbled to be speaking on behalf of the coalition, and congratulations really to all of you. Thank you.
And finally, it's time for me to now hand over such that the co-chairs do the very last and be the ones to speak to you at the very end. So I will be handing over to Her Excellency Céline Jurgensen, the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of France to the Rome-based UN agencies, and Ms. Tita Meyer, Director General for Development Policy, Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland. Now it's over to you to take us to the end. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Just Make It. Yeah, it's working. So this is on behalf of our Minister, Ville Tavio, who was here with you yesterday. He has safely landed to his next destination and sends his best regards. We are very eager to rally support for the School Meals Coalition as Finland, also in the future. And from the first ministerial meeting exactly a year ago that took place in Helsinki, we have achieved so much. First of all, we welcomed a new leader amongst the four of us, I would say. So welcome, Brazil. I have served as a diplomat, as a EU diplomat, that time in Brazil. And I know that you're tough negotiators, very tough negotiators. And on my left-hand side, we have the best European diplomacy at our hands. So I think when we combine these four strengths that we have sitting here side by side, we'll rally a lot of support for the School Meals Coalition. We welcomed so many new members, 9 new members altogether, and 28 countries reported progress. 5 regional groupings announced common action to scale up school meals programs, and a new initiative led by municipalities was launched called Cities Feeling the Future. All this would not have been possible without all of you, without all of us. And I think that we will take this work further in 2 years' time, and we are in very good hands together with Brazil and WFP. You can count on our support. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. Merci beaucoup. Au nom du gouvernement français, au nom du président de la République, je voudrais vous remercier tous d'être ici présents et d'avoir passé ces 2 jours à Paris pour cette première réunion de la Coalition mondiale pour l'alimentation scolaire. Avant de continuer, je voudrais d'abord que vous donniez tous un grand applaudissement à Georges, qui a animé nos débats. Il a animé nos débats avec passion, avec enthousiasme, et je pense que ça reflète très bien l'esprit de cette coalition. Cette coalition, elle est ce que vous en faites tous. Tous, vous, c'est-à-dire des pays de tous les continents, des chercheurs, des villes, des collectivités territoriales, des parlementaires, des organisations internationales, la société civile, bref, c'est vraiment le meilleur de l'humanité qui est réuni aujourd'hui autour d'un objectif, faire en sorte que tous nos enfants aient accès à un repas par jour à l'école d'ici 2030. Nous sommes encore une coalition nouvelle. Nous sommes nés il y a 2 ans, mais nous avons encore 7 ans pour parvenir à ces objectifs du développement durable en 2030. Je sais que nous pouvons avancer ensemble, faire des progrès comme nous l'avons fait jusqu'à présent. Vous l'avez dit, l'alimentation scolaire, c'est bien plus qu'un repas, nous le savons tous. Nous en avons bénéficié pour certains d'entre nous, et c'est mon cas. Et elle donne de l'espoir, elle donne aussi beaucoup de consensus dans cette société internationale qui en a tant besoin. Et donc, être réunis aujourd'hui autour de ce sujet positif, concret, de tous les continents, je pense que c'est un message d'espoir, un message positif, et vous le partagez tous. Nous avons senti votre enthousiasme, nous avons senti vos idées, votre créativité et surtout votre volonté de faire changer les choses. Et je suis ravie de l'entendre. Vous pouvez compter sur nous, la France, sur nous, les coprésidents. Je voudrais aussi, puisqu'il faut toujours un petit peu de suspense, vous dire que nous avons une dernière très bonne nouvelle, et c'est que l'Italie rejoint la coalition. Le ministre des Affaires étrangères, M. Tajani, a écrit à la ministre française des Affaires étrangères, Mme Colonna, au ministre finlandais du Développement pour annoncer aujourd'hui que l'Italie rejoignait la coalition Grazie Mille Italia. Pour finir, parce que je sais que vous devez tous partir, encore une fois, merci pour votre enthousiasme. Comme le président de la République, Emmanuel Macron, l'a dit, investir dans l'alimentation scolaire, c'est investir dans nos enfants, dans nos sociétés dans notre futur et dans notre planète, faisons en sorte que cela se traduise sur le terrain. Et je sais que vous tous, vous êtes des agents de transformation et vous allez faire en sorte que nous réussissions ces objectifs. Merci beaucoup à tous et rendez-vous au Brésil en 2025. Merci.